Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Discovery, go at throttle up. 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 Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space. Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, does the microphone at least work like on the first try? Oh my goodness, it does. All right. So Windows decided to update, quote unquote, quote unquote, the computer. So I had to reconfigure everything. So, you know, I got that going for me, which is nice. The mic's still coming in a little bit soft. Hold on. Yeah, it's coming in a bit soft. I see it on the monitors. Give me 1 second. I will line in levels. Yeah, the levels are a little bit low. So that should get us where we want. There we go. Okay.
Discovery.
Happens
go
every
at
time you
throttle
take time off. Yep. Well, Windows needs to update my computers that I bought for with updates that I don't want. You know, that's really important that they have control of the
up.
device that I
Discovery, go at
purchased.
throttle up.
You know, that's a really important thing. You know. Oh, what the heck? What's wrong with this? Are we good? Okay. I think we're good. Hi.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We're good? We're good? Oh, thanks for all the resubs, dudes, and all the gifted subs. I was trying to fix everything, and I just hear boop, 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 go at throttle, go at throttle, go at throttle. I'm like, oh my goodness. Well, it's good to see you guys. I hope everybody had a good 4th, and if you don't celebrate 4th of July, I hope you had a good Friday. Missed a lot last week. I have completely detoxed
Discovery, go at throttle up.
from pretty much everything. I went and did normie things for the entire vacation. Yeah. So how was the vacation? Did I do any fireworks? There was fireworks and beer. What I wanted to do with this vacation is basically take 8 days off, detox from everything. You know, I had to go to my buddy's wedding, the destination wedding that I was telling you guys about. And, you know, go there for a couple of days, you know, come back and take the entire week to just chill, work on the cars, do a little bit of work here and there, and just lay by the beach and do nothing. And I promptly did none of that. Whoops. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not, I mean, whatever. So I did none of that. So I can tell you guys now because it's in the past. The destination wedding was in Las Vegas. So my buddy lives there. The guy that was the best man at my wedding. He lives there. He's getting married. You know, so basically right after racing on Friday night, I got on a plane and went to Las Vegas. And, you know, planning
Discovery, go at
to
throttle up.
spend, you know, the weekend there and fly back Monday, Tuesday, or something like that. I think we were going to take the red eye back, like, on Tuesday, right? So, you know, we spent a couple days in Vegas. Everything's fine. And I'm like, okay, we got to go home. I want to go home. I want to work on my cars. The wedding was great. It was excellent. My buddy's the man. Real good stuff. Return the favor. That's exactly what happened. It was in Las Vegas. It was sick.
Discovery, go at throttle
It's
up.
a good time. The wedding was fantastic. Good times. Was it an Elvis wedding? It was not. It was not. Did EJ reenact The Hangover? Well, it's funny you should mention that. No, probably not as crazy as The Hangover. I didn't steal any tigers or anything. But my buddy's a local, so you know, if you're local in Las Vegas, you know you don't go to the Strip. That's like somebody that lives in Central Florida going to Disney World. It's like, you don't go there.
The Eagle has landed.
What is this?
Just wanted to thank
Hey,
you
Waz.
and Chet again for the detailed toilet replacement instructions.
Oh, yeah.
Got my dad to help me pull out the old one, and now I have a new toilet and a new skill.
Discovery,
The Golden
go at throttle up.
Throne. Pit stains. It's really hot in here still. Holy crap, that's bad. All right, anyway, I'm just not going to raise my hands up. Yay! You know. That's awesome, man. Yeah, no problem. Wax ring. Did it smell? Smell going beyond the trap? If you go past the trap, it smells like poop. It's weird. It didn't smell? Well, sorry sorry that you somehow have the golden sewage system of the gods. Did you meet Ozzy? What? Why would I meet Ozzy in Las Vegas? He was in Birmingham, England. Those places are not near each other. Another new, the tooth extraction went off without a hitch. So far, I'm recovering perfectly. That's good. That's good. Was it a Richard Petty wedding? No. Anyway, so anybody that if you live in Las Vegas, and I didn't really realize this. Like, you only go to the Strip if you really want to have a good time. But the Strip is expensive. There are other casinos, right? There are other casinos that you can go to around Las Vegas that are more local. Like, they're more local casinos. That's
Discovery, go at throttle up.
kind of like, think like a local pub or something, but you can gamble. It's pretty cool. There's like dive bars with slot machines. It's pretty awesome.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, SVO, tier 328, Electron, 106 months. Thanks, man. O4's with a 105. Thanks, guys. Did you see the sphere? I didn't go in the sphere, but I saw it. Did you gamble and burn a house down? No, I did not do that. Okay, let me precurse this with, whenever I go to Vegas, okay, or any place, any type of gambling, I do not do this in summer car, by the way, for what it's worth. I only bring a certain amount of cash with me, and that cash is for gambling, and gambling only, okay? So bring a certain amount of cash with me. So we were taking the red-eye flight back, so I was out having a good time at this dive bar casino in Vegas. It was a good time. It wasn't on the Strip. It was in northern Las Vegas, which is not the Strip, right? So, you know, I'm getting to the end. I think I ended up being, it's probably like 300 in the hole. I wasn't really thinking straight because I took the red eye out. Well, not the red eye out, but basically at the end of racing on Friday, I got on a plane and went to Vegas and got in Vegas in the morning, right, and went right to the wedding. So, and then, you know, time changes and whatnot. I wasn't really smart with how I gambled. So I was like, I don't know, $300 in the hole or something. It was not good. So basically, I had a little bit left, but I was running out of cash. I was running out of cash to gamble. No, the story doesn't get as crazy as you might think. So it's the night that we got to go back to Boston, which was on Tuesday, right? That was also the night or the day that Las Vegas had some ridiculous windstorms and dust storms that knocked out a lot of infrastructure out there. I don't know if you guys heard about this. And then there was apparently crazy weather on the East Coast as well. Flight got canceled. Flight got canceled. I'm sure you know where this story is going. So, we got a text probably at 11:30 at night that our flight that was supposed to take off at 9 p.m. but got delayed till 2 in the morning got canceled. So, I was like, uh-oh. What do we do? We already checked out of our hotel room. We got a big problem here. So, my buddy drove me down to the airport. My buddy that got married drove me down to the airport, and we get to the counter at the airport. I might call it McCarran Airport by accident, but it's Harry Reid International, I guess, but it's McCarran Airport, but it's not McCarran Airport. So we get to the airport in Las Vegas, right? And there's a line of people. By the time we get from northern Las Vegas down to the airport, which is not in northern Las Vegas, it's a good ways away. It was probably like 12:30 in the morning, right? And we get to the desk, and there's a line of people. Oh, yeah, there's a big line of people. They didn't comp you for your canceled flight. Well, here's what happened. We're talking with the guy at the desk, and I was like, is there any way to get on an earlier flight? He's like, no. What happened was we started canceling flights in succession, and the canceled flight we rebooked to one flight, and that flight got canceled, and we rebooked to another flight, and that flight got canceled, we rebooked to another flight, and that flight got canceled, then we rebooked it to your flight, and your flight got canceled. And I'm like, that sucks. He's like, yes, I know. I've had people yelling in my face all day. I'm like, okay. I go, so what are my options? He goes, well, because we canceled flights in succession, we booked out flights in succession outwards. So he goes, I can get you on a flight basically at the end of the week, the red eye on Thursday night into Friday morning for nothing. And I was like, there any other flights, any partner airlines or anything like that? And the guy was like, we can reimburse you for flight cost, right? For the cost of your plane tickets, we could put you on another flight. But if there's a difference, if it costs more, we got to charge you. I'm like, okay. Oh boy. So I was like, okay, I got a little bit of a problem here. I don't mind flying home necessarily on Thursday if it's not going to cost me anything. But now I got to stay here for another 2 days. You got to do something about that. And the guy was like, all right, fine. Because you've been cool, I'll put you at $250. We can reimburse you up to $250 a night and $250 a night in expenses. And I'm like, that's fair. All right, fine. And after much deliberation, that's what we came to. And then eventually he told me what happened about all the canceled flights in succession. And I'm like, that sucks. And he's like, yeah, well, weather. I'm like, no, believe me, I know. Planes don't fly good in microbursts. That's not a good thing. The guy went, what? How'd you know that? And I'm like, yeah, I know planes, bruh. I know planes. I didn't show him the TISM hand. I didn't play the TISM card till later. Good to know. Right? So the guy puts me in, the guy reimbursed us up to $250 a night in expenses. So I'm like, it's Wednesday and Thursday. So I go to my buddy who's a local, and because he's a local and he gambles a lot because he's a local in Las Vegas, as one does, he has he's a high roller. So I had my buddy get us a suite that overlooked the Bellagio fountain. So that's what I did Wednesday and Thursday. The suite was not expensive. On the weekend, this suite would cost $1,000. But on Wednesday and Thursday, no one goes to Vegas on Wednesday or Thursday for fun. It was $130 a night, coupled with his high roller status. So Remo and I spent Wednesday and Thursday in a hangover, like a suite like the Hangover suite. That's what I mean. It's funny you should mention that. So, yeah, it sounds like a terrible time, right? Yeah, I know. Yeah. You stayed at the Cosmo overlooking the fountains. It was fantastic. Yeah, that's pretty much, yeah. Yeah, digital. Yeah, that's exactly where we stayed. We were in a wraparound suite on the 23rd floor. Looking at the Bellagio fountain. It was pretty good. It's pretty good. So, that was cool, but the problem is I really spent my allotted amount of money for gambling. So we were in Las Vegas, a city for gambling, and I really couldn't gamble. Yeah, I know. Everyone's like, oh no, 2 more days in Vegas. Well, it's 113 degrees outside. So doing the stuff outside really isn't a thing. And then there's the inside stuff, which is gambling, which I didn't really have much. So we ate and basically spent Wednesday doing nothing. And then Thursday, I used that little amount that I had left on the slots and hit a jackpot. I'm still in the hole like $200-300, but that was pretty cool. Right? So we fly out. We fly out Thursday night. We get back to Boston at 5 a.m. on Friday, on the 4th. And Brimo and I are hosting the 4th of July party. So we basically took a nap and then started getting ready for that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
All my family came over, and yeah, we hosted that. So, and that went off without a hitch, actually, which was pretty good. I don't know how I was still functioning by the end of that day.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
And then the cool neighbors that I have were also having a party, and there was a lot of beer and fireworks involved. I ended up staying up till like Saturday morning at like 2 in.the.morning, running on like maybe 2 hours of sleep and like 48 or something. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then Saturday, my birthday, I did nothing. No energy to work on the cars. I was just like, hey, there's my bed. You know. Oh, we did go to the buffet, Rares. We hit a couple of buffets. My buddy knows all the good spots, so yeah. Thanks to him, that was fun. But yeah, the point is that I didn't have a bad vacation. By Saturday, I was like, I don't know which way is up. I don't know what's going on here. And then Sunday, I got to mess with the cars. And that's it. I allotted we would have been back. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I allotted 5 days to work on the cars and ended up working on them for a couple hours. And that's it. So, it wasn't a bad vacation. It was just a weird vacation. I'll tell you what, though, guys. Vegas 5 days in a row exhausts you. That's a lot. That's a lot of time to be in Las Vegas, to have those neon lights shining in your face 24/7, 365. It's sensory overload. For like a week straight, I was like, I don't know, bananas. All right. Hey, Squall, what's going on? So, you got a tan. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, still got a farmer's tan, though, but it's not as bad, right? But that's from being in the desert. We were in the desert for basically a week.
Go and throttle up.
But the last couple of days for it, we weren't, basically got it for nothing. So that's pretty cool. But I ended up not working on the cars too much. I did some work on the Cornet here and there. I got the 59 basically up and running and ready to go, and I cruised around with it until late last night because I wanted to drive my truck. That's the one thing I wanted to do this entire vacation. And I allotted 5 days to do it, and I ended up doing it for a couple hours.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
At least you didn't end up with a tiger in your suite. That's right. We did not. We did not. So, it was a wild week. I wanted to detox and do nothing, and I promptly did none of that. So, that was fun. So how about that awesome Grand Prix? I didn't watch it. I was toasted by Sunday, dude. I just wanted to go in my garage and do nothing. That's basically what I did. Yeah, no tigers. We didn't steal a tiger from Mike Tyson, but still a ridiculous story nonetheless. And I did end up hitting a jackpot on a slot machine, that's never happened before. I've never done that. It's really loud, and it's kind of like, oh, damn. Oh, crap, everybody's looking. Everybody's trying to see how much money I just won. No. You know? Did you watch the F1 race? No. No, I did not. I didn't watch any racing. Did you hit the Atomic Testing Museum? Actually, yes. Yes, we did. Because that was one of the cheaper things to do. And the National Museum on Organized Crime, which was also super cool. You missed one of the best races in years. Yeah, Tessa, I don't know if I laid it on thick enough. I don't want to talk about the race because of spoilers. Yeah. Like, especially for me, which you already ruined yesterday. Thanks for that. I appreciate you. Not. I'm trying to not talk about that for people that haven't seen the race. Because you already screwed it up for me. You don't need to screw it up for anybody else, but, No Pinball Museum? I've already been to the Pinball Museum, Pandalope. Yep. Cosmic Impulse, 65-month resub. Missed you last week. Hope you had a great vacation. My vacation was interesting. Hey everyone, what's going on, brother? It was interesting, dude. So, like, I didn't have a bad vacation, but it was a weird one. It was a very weird one. That whole Vegas trip seems like a damn fever dream.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Why did the golfer go to tech support? To update his drivers.
Remember how I said I wanted to take a vacation to not have sensory overload, and ended up going to one of the craziest cities for external stimuli? Remember that whole part? Yeah. No. Donation tip unrelated. I just thought I'd bring it up. Isn't all Vegas trips fever dreams? Dude, I went there for my bachelor party, and my bachelor party was more coherent than the week that I was there. Which is, I don't know if that's probably on me, but happy birthday, welcome back. Thank you. Watch the VOD playlist of you rebuilding your shuttle. Inspired me to build it for myself, and it flies very good. Oh, the CTS-5 build. Did you see the panel tessellator? The tessellator methane. That is like my crowning achievement in KSP. Building a panel tessellator and making tooling for my stupid shuttle. It's not stupid. It's awesome. I'm very proud of it. But is this part 4 or part 5? YouTube says 5. It's part 5. In my stupor of getting everything ready to go, I didn't update the title on Twitch. I got to do that. It's part 5. Yeah, okay. I'm alright. Nobody worry about me. So, yeah. I wanted to have a nice relaxing vacation. I did not do any of that. I was in the wedding party for that wedding, and I was the best man. So it was promptly none of that. Yeah, no, I had to like manage a lot, like the rings and stuff. And I'm like, no, I haven't slept in 2 days. Don't lose these. Don't lose these. Don't lose these. Don't lose these. You know. You learn a ton on strutting and whatnot. Right on, man. Well, that's good. Yeah, it was. It was a lot. It was a lot. So yeah, that's how my week went. Yeah. Did you hit the airfield out at Las Vegas where they run pitch black? No, Don's, but I'll tell you what, this might sound a little strange, but my buddy's reception, my buddy's wedding reception was at Topgolf, right? You know, Topgolf, right? And we were out hitting drivers and stuff on like the top level of Topgolf, which was super cool and stuff. And something flew over that made a sonic boom. I'd know that noise anywhere. Something flew over that made a sonic boom, and when I looked up, there was nothing up there. It was a clear night in Vegas, and you could see the stars, and I didn't see any strobes, I didn't see any lights, I didn't see nothing. Something flew over the city on Saturday, last Saturday, not this past Saturday, not the 5th, the 28th. And it made a sonic boom, and there was nothing there. Something was out there, dude. Hey, Ringtone, what's up? Something was up there that made a sonic boom, and I couldn't see it because we were on the top level Topgolf, dude. I looked up, and I'm like, that was a sonic boom. What the heck? You know?
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
You heard a sonic boom? No, you didn't.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think, yeah, maybe it was a car accident or something. Trip sounds like a good time. It was a good vacation, but it's not what I wanted to do for vacation, but it was still a good vacation. Yeah, it was fun. We didn't miss many launches. It's been a dry week. Well, that's good. It was, yeah. Norath used to live in North Las Vegas. Can confirm weird stuff always going on at night between Nellis and Indian Springs. Dude, something was up there. Something was up there that left a sonic boom, Norath. It was something. Judging by the pitch of the boom, I'd say high altitude. Because, like, I know what a low altitude boom sounds like from Falcon 9 landings, right? This was up in the air. It was a muffled boom, but that was a sonic boom. I know how that sounds. I've heard plenty of them. You heard light reflecting off of swamp gas, reflecting off of Venus. It was a 117. They still do things. It was something. It was something, but yeah, pretty cool. Pretty neat. Yeah. It was pretty wild. Probably just a fighter. No noise, Hellfish. No noise. No engine noise, no nothing. That's the other reason I knew it was high altitude. You couldn't hear the engines. So it was something that was way up high. So, yeah. What did you do for your birthday? No, I did nothing on my birthday because I was toasted. By the time my birthday came around, Jens, I hadn't slept in like 2 days. I did nothing. I wanted to work on my cars, and I'm just like, all right. Hey, Hein, what's going on? 58 months. Hope your family has been great. I missed a couple weeks as I got hitched. Well, congratulations. Glad to be settled in and settling down. Right on, man. I don't know, Tessa. I don't know. Hey, Zoran, happy belated birthday. Thank you. Was it a Falcon 9 in Las Vegas? I don't think so. Did something happen to SpaceX? All upcoming launches except one changed to net month instead of date. No, I think it's just the 4th of July bouncing stuff, dude. Happy birthday. Thanks, guys. Thank you. I'm 37, dude, so I'm getting to the point where I can yell at people to get off my lawn, which is pretty sick. Yeah, that's pretty cool. $37 in a row? Yeah. Well, high five from when you were 4 hours away from me. I don't know. Come on, you get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. Damn, I was thinking you were only 25. Thank you. Old woman. Man, I'm 37. Well, I'm hardly old. Happy birthday, Grandpa. Yeah. So, will you watch the Ares 1 launch when it happens? Dude, I don't even know what day it is, man. What do we got on the next space flight? Dude, I have been detoxed from anything that has to do with space for like the last week. I have not really checked my phone at all. I was checking Discord for when people ping me just in case something went weird, but yeah, I really haven't been paying attention past week. Don't get me wrong, that's not because I'm like sick of it or anything. I'm never getting sick of that. It's never getting sick of spaceflight. But yeah, it's good to just detox from one, every once in a while. I just, yeah, stop for a little bit. Now that we are past the 4th, I already know what you're going to say. It's, oh, we're closer to 2050, bro. That's the most normie point of view that I've ever heard. I don't, what is this? Why are we comboing? I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get what that is, and I'm struggling to find a way to turn it off. Anything fun to report? Fishing, movies, cool dinners? Oh, can't see me. Because my buddy that got married is a local. Oh, dude. Oh, dude, we were eating like freaking kings. It was, dude, it kind of didn't really dawn on me, but you can really... Oh. Oh, breed just... Oh, yeah, Bree, I don't want to show that. Anyway. Feliz cumpleaños. Gracias, amigo. Yeah, you can eat, dude, you can get any kind of food in Vegas. Anything you want. Any type of food. Like, any food from any part of the world. Like anything. And I mean anything. Like, that's what I learned from Las Vegas. You want a good plethora of different foods from around the world to eat. Vegas will have really good stuff. Did you go to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant? No. Even frikadellen? I don't know what that is. Genuine NYC pizza? Yeah. Yes, Tessa, you can get that. They have stuff like that at the buffets. There's a buffet at the Wynn Casino that is pretty much any food you can think of, like anything. You can turn this feature off in the monetization tab in the creator dashboard. Thank you. That's cool. Your girl's from Vegas and totally agrees with that. My buddy even took us to this dive bar that had Detroit style pizza for Brie. And it was, dude, it was exact. It was real. It was like Detroit style, like real Detroit style pizza.
Discovery,
And
go and throttle up.
it was like we were in Michigan. It was very strange. Is it still run by the mob? I don't recall these events at this time, Clayton. I don't recall. Professional engineer, 20-month reset. Bezos bucks, my dude. Well, thank you. Oh, there's a breakfast restaurant in Vegas that's called Egg Slut. Yes, it's in the Cosmo, Dan. You could say it. Don't worry. Yeah, Egg Slut. Yep. Primo and I tried to go there for breakfast when we were in the Cosmo. I couldn't get near it. Couldn't get near it. So we went to other places. We went to the Wicked Spoon buffet. Oh, it was Wicked Spoon, dude. Yeah, Juicebot, that's right. The mafia is a myth made up by the media to disparage Italian American people. They are legitimate businessmen and women. We went to the National Museum of Unorganized Crime, though. Yeah. Yeah, that was cool. I don't recall these events at this time. You don't have to cook. You could order it from Zanzibar. Yeah, okay. EJ, where are my suffering Kerbals? I don't know. The Italians have it's not an Italian museum, all systems. It's not an Italian museum, okay? Just because one guy got wrapped up on tax evasion, now it's a whole thing. Yeah, exactly. That's right. They're stacking the next Vulcan core for SF-106. That's cool. Did you recognize any parents? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't recall these events at this time. What was the name of that cafe? It's called Egg Slut. It's in the Cosmopolitan, in the Cosmo Casino. It's called Egg Slut. Yes. It is a breakfast place.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Dude, I don't know if anybody's ever been to the Cosmopolitan Casino in Vegas. That whole place is just a trip. And I don't mean it's a resort and casino. That whole place is just... Where am I? What is this? Did you drive the GP circuit? We did go to the paddock. And yeah, basically, I made my friend drive the GP circuit. Yeah. Hey, Dodo, tier 2, 112-month resub. Here you go. Oh, don't we all can't see me? Yeah. What do you think about Discovery being moved to Texas? What? How? How? Oh, that... Nah. Yeah, it took me a second, guys. Yeah, I remember what that's about. I don't...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
let's play Kerbal. Let me plug the joystick in. Let's play KSP. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, my vacation was pretty nuts. I unfortunately didn't get much time to work on the cars, which really sucks, but just to make some forward progress, I did do some work last night. I kind of got the whole back of the car kind of sitting more or less level. That bad leaf spring perch really knocked a lot of things out of whack. So I ended up talking to my uncle about it, who's way more well-versed in cars than me. The uncle, if you guys watch the Excellent Adventure streams, he's the one that helped us fix the bed on Bluefist by lifting it up with a backhoe. And he was looking at it. He's like, yeah, it's all right. It won't be that big of a deal. You just got to still make sure the back cross member is level. Like you can deal with that amount of play. And I'm like, all right, cool. So what I did was, I took the rear cross member and I bent the bottom bracket down to get it to sit straight. And then I rebent it back up. So it's nice and level. I did get everything leveled back there. It's a little bit out of whack, but it's well within tolerance, which is what I'm after. What did you think about SpaceX putting Starship on the mount? Chris, we're going to do space news a little bit later, and you guys are basically going to have to tell me what happened. I have not had my finger on the pulse for this entire week. I am a week behind. Yeah. But is it true level? No, it's not true level. It's close, though. 16th of an inch tolerance, Tessa. So that's like 3 to 4 mil. It's fine. It's fine. It's really not gonna, dude. It's about as that's one thing that I have to wrap my mind around with these damn cars. Like, they're not. It's not rocket science. It's not perfect. You're gonna have tolerance failure. Like, not tolerance failure. You're gonna have gaps. It's not gonna be perfect. My Kerbal brain is like, and my CAD system brain is like, no, that's not. I can't do that. No, it can't. It has to be perfect, but it's not. It being that far out is not going to screw things up. As long as I get everything nice and straight, it's fine. You can just bend the metal to make it straight. It's fine. That's an awesome picture. Fish. As long as it's square, it's fine. Not every bracket's going to jive with every other bracket correctly. Like, that was just quality control for the times. By the way, we lost Space News, the actual website. They went fully paywalled, which sucks since they were one of the best sources. Raise your hand if you want to see the shuttle on the back of another 747. I mean, I do, Sean, but the logistics of moving a space shuttle that far, dude, let me put it to you like this. The logistics of moving a space shuttle, like moving Discovery. So, yeah, I get it. That with the updated NASA budget, let's say, and no, this is not your invitation to talk about politics, so not you, Sean. Shut up. I don't want to talk about it, okay? Let's talk about straight logistics. All right, so there's only 2 aircraft in the inventory that are capable, that have the modifications fit for moving a space shuttle around, okay? It's it's November 905 NA, so November 905 November Alpha, and November 911 November Alpha. Those are the 2 planes that can do it. One of them is a museum display in Houston. You're not using 905. That's not happening. Okay? You could roll the plane out, but it's already been converted to a museum exhibit, so you'd have to undo that. The other one is NASA 911. So that's the second shuttle carrier aircraft. I'm not exactly sure where that thing is. You know what? Let me look. Is it at Pima? It's at Pima. So you're not using 905. So presumably you could use, you're not using this one. That one's a museum exhibit. So you could use that plane. But that means refitting a 747-100 to airworthy status, right? Refitting it to airworthy status for one stupid flight. If my math serves me left, the allotted amount of money to move this, not including hoisting operations, right, is $83 million. No, you're not doing that for 83. There's no way. There's no way that's happening. Like, for that price, you could do it. We can do anything. I don't think you'd be able to do it for that amount of cash. They allotted like $80 million to do this. Yeah, good luck. 85 million, and they want it moved by January 2027.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Why? 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 Captain Crash 93. Back in my day, Jay was living with his parents. Just let it go, dude. The freaking thing, the program has been retired for 15 years. Just let it go. The fact that you have the tail numbers available for mental recall is both amazing and terrifying. Sorry. Sorry. Probably right before an election. What? Just let it go. Just let it go. Who cares? Like, it's so petty. Like, I understand, like, Texas kind of got the shaft with shuttle allotment, right? They kind of got the shaft. Like, there's 3 orbiters on the East Coast and 1 on the West Coast, and there's nothing in the middle of the country, right? But also at the same time, you know, there's got to be one at KSC. There's got to be one in California because that's where the shuttle landed. So there's got to be one in Southern California. That's where they were made, right? There's got to be one in Florida because that's where it launched from. There's got to be one at the Smithsonian. And guess what? Now you're out of orbiters. Maybe if you built more, you would have more museums to put them in. Just saying. Texas should have gotten Enterprise. I think that would have been a fair allotment. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, exactly, Nova One. Should they have moved one to Houston? Sure. Should they do it now? Yeah, let it go, dude. Let it go. Like, it's the shuttle program. Like, just let it, just whatever. But you should, if you wanted more freaking places, more museums to put more orbiters, you should have built more orbiters, all right? Like, sorry, like... Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't really understand why. Like, that's... Like, you could make... Okay, all right, here. I'm just going to go out right and say it. That is the most normie thing to want. And I'm saying that as somebody that would really love to see the shuttle fly again. That is the most normie, bottom league nonsense. Like, that is the most lukewarm take about the space program that I've ever seen. Like, like, oh, you know, we got to... Texas should have a shuttle. All the astronauts got trained here. They should have a shuttle. We should have one. And the fact that we didn't get one is ridiculous. Like, dude, I love the shuttle. And I'm not going to dispute that Houston probably should have gotten Enterprise. And I don't know how Intrepid ended up with Enterprise, to be 100% honest. I think they lobbied for it, but I don't know the circumstances there. I think that Houston not getting a shuttle was probably a misstep, but honestly, at the same time, 83 million is enough to do a pretty good space mission. You know, like 83 million is enough to fund something Like I don't know, a mission for a lander to go to the moon, or a mission or a lander to go to Mars, or at least a scientific payload on a Falcon 9 launch. Like, the capital allocation is lukewarm at best. You're going to spend $80 million to move a 45-year-old orbiter at this point to Houston because you felt bad? Like, okay. If they built more, we might not need to put them in museums yet. Give them the first Orion capsule. I don't know, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I just don't. I don't. You know what? You know what, dudes? You know what? I don't care. I really don't care. Like, that's the honest truth. I don't care. I don't care that you didn't get a shuttle. I really don't. Like, is that messed up? Am I a horrible person? I don't know. Maybe. I just don't really care. I think that the more important thing here is, you know, you kind of get your finger on the pulse of where NASA's priorities are at. Like, dude, not even after the Apollo program got canceled did we squabble over the extra Apollo program rockets. Nobody was like, oh, well, we need a Saturn V. Well, we need a Saturn V. Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit to an extent, but it's very telling that NASA is willing to spend $85 million on glorifying the past rather than spending money on the future. Does that make sense? Like, that's really telling. Don't you think? It's really, okay. All right, if that's where your priorities are at. To which their own, I guess. It's not NASA, it's Congress. Now, Spoiled, you could sit there and make that argument, sure, absolutely. But Congress are the major stakeholders for NASA. Sorry, man. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. You're absolutely right. I'm pretty sure if, you know, the NASA higher-ups had their way, they wouldn't even bother doing this. But also at the same time, it's very telling. That's very telling for where the major stakeholders and major players for NASA, where their minds are at. Their minds are looking to the past rather than to the future. And I'm saying that as somebody that loves the space shuttle. We should have never stopped flying it. That reliance on Russian capsules for 10 years was subsequently the cancellation of Constellation, was the second biggest misstep that NASA has ever done. The first one being getting rid of Apollo. That's the truth. That was the biggest failure in policy since Nixon. But honestly, it's been 15 years, man. Let it go. Let it go, homie. Just let it go. Just let it go, dude. If it was a capsule or something, I'd be like, all right, yeah, that's fair. Because a capsule you can move in a truck. Or you could put the capsule inside of a container and you could put that in like a C5 or something. And dude, it's the space shuttle. It's a 60-ton orbiter that requires a specialized aircraft to fly, none of which are airworthy. So, unless you plan on disassembling the orbiter and moving it in parts, which you're not doing for $85 million, let's be 100% real here, that's not happening. You're going to need the shuttle carrier. So you're going to pay $85 million to restore a 747 from the 1970s to move an orbiter from the 1970s on one flight and then put it back into storage. I love the space shuttle. That's stupid. That's stupid. What are you doing? What? No, like, I get it, but no.
Discovery, go
Stop. Stop it. Stop doing that. What are you doing? Like, just... We have the Pathfinder full stack display in Huntsville. Guess how many friends talk about it? Guess how many of my friends talk about it? Yeah, I just... If this was like 2012 or 2013 and this came along, I'd be like, all right, yeah, I get that. I get that. You know, I understand. But you're necroing a freaking 15-year-old issue that's frankly not an issue anymore. Just let it go. Just let it go, dude. Oh my gosh. It's... It's ridiculous, man. Hey, Mustar, what's up? Oh, Mustar retrieved ad time. All right. But yeah, that's all I want to say. I'm trying not to get political about this. Just let it go. From an infrastructure... Hey, a DF-20. All right, cool. From an infrastructure standpoint, that doesn't make any sense. I rolled an 11. No ad time for you, Mustar. Just... Just let it go, dude. How many people still even know how to operate a shuttle carrier aircraft? Like, the pilots might still be around, but... Dude, it's not just that. It's all the brackets that you need to move the shuttle correctly. Where the heck are those? Who knows where those... They probably scrapped them. You got to build new brackets. The shuttle needs a very, very, very particular bracket to be able to lift it up. It has 4 lifting hoist points at each corner of the payload bay on the outside of the vehicle. Where are those brackets? Do they even exist anymore? The hoisting brackets, the spreaders? Now, don't get me wrong. You could probably get it done with just a good, crane operator and riggers and an oiler. Like, you could probably figure out a way to do it and make some custom one-off brackets. But once again, 85 million. That's not getting done for that amount of money. Like, it's not. Where's your mate demate devices? Those are gone. They were scrapped a long time ago, along with all the brackets for them. Like, it's just not worth it, dude. Like, like I said, it's very telling that shows where some people, some stakeholders, some major stakeholders for NASA, where their priorities are at. Like, in here, I got the picture. See that? Those are the brackets. And it picks up on the 4 hoist points. There's 2 at the front of each side of the payload bay, and there's 2 at the back of each side of the payload bay. This allows a crane, a regular crane, to pull, or 2 regular cranes to pull up on the shuttle's brackets and lift the orbiter up equally on the center of mass, because the center of mass is back there. So you need a bigger crane for the back and a smaller crane for the front. Now that's on the shuttle's portable MDD right there, which has been scrapped. That doesn't exist anymore. And who knows where those brackets went, dude. Can't you use a barge? How are you getting the orbiter from Dulles Airport, how are you getting it from, what is it, IAH? No, that's Houston. ORD? How are you getting it from there to a port? How are you doing that? IAD, that's what it is, yeah. How are you getting it from Dulles to an area where you can get a barge at it? And you're going to subject the shuttle to salt water? RD is O'Hare. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Got my ICAO codes all messed up. Give me a second. I got to get back into the groove here. That's why I've been talking, and we'll get back into Kerbal in a second. Rocket ship, not big enough. The shuttle is gigantic, Ordon. It's huge. It cannot fit. It will not fit inside of the rocket ship. Absolutely not. And even if it could, where are you going to move it? It's at an airport. Like, the point is, guys, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying logistically that this couldn't happen. All right? It absolutely could. You could do it, sure. Are you going to do it for 85 million? Doubt it. Most of that cost is going to get eaten by restoring a shuttle carrier aircraft, which is by far and away the easiest way to do this. Did they scrap the portable sling crane MDD? I don't know where those are. My guess is that they're long gone. That's what the government does. They scrap things. They can't even use those hoist points anymore. The COM isn't there anymore since they pulled the engines. You can compensate for that with value and rate table compensation on cranes, Tessa. It's not that big of a deal. How'd they get the orbiters there in the first place? The point is that you need the brackets. You need them. Without those, you're not getting very far. And once again, who knows where those went? It's been 15 years. You can build new ones. Where did you guys miss the part where I said that of course this can be done? Is it going to get done for 85 million? Probably not. And the big thing is, what's the point? What's the point other than bragging rights, proverbial bragging rights? There's no point in doing that. This is a waste of time. It's a waste of time, and that's the truth. It's just a huge waste of time. This is budget that could be used to do something else that's way more productive than, your pride getting hurt 15 years ago over a program that was frankly horribly managed in the first place. It's just, this is the perfect Starship point-to-point test. Yeah, just take it apart. $60 million left after the planning phase. They're not getting a 747 working for $60 million to move the space shuttle. That's not happening. They gutted those 747s, guys. They don't have any parts in them. I know that because after the shuttle program ended, because this is how the government works, NASA took all usable parts off of NASA 905 and NASA 911. They took all usable parts off of those. You know why? Because they used them to keep Sophia going, which is was a modified NASA modified 747 SP with an infrared telescope in the back. They took all of the parts out. They gutted 905 and they gutted 911. They're shells. Have fun fixing that. 85 million. Build a new replica one out of fiberglass. I mean, that's basically what they have right now, Tessa. Yeah, it's just not worth it, dudes. It's just not. I'm sorry. Let it go, dude. Now, where's 911? It should be here somewhere. There's the GE test platform. There's a Cathay Pacific 777. There's an MD-11. There's Sophia. That's the plane that they parted 911 and 905 out for. Yep, that has an infrared telescope in the back. But look, it's a little baby 747. It's small. Hey, Chevelle, 3-month resub. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the KSP stream. No, it's good. It kind of gets me back into the swing of things, dude. Yeah, exactly. They had all these parts allotted to keep this thing flying for a long time, and then they canceled
Discovery, go at throttle up.
it. 911 is in Dryden, according to Wikipedia. Yeah, I don't see it here. I see Sophia. Sophia's in Pima, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I don't think it's there. Let's go look at Edwards Air Force Base. So Dryden is Dryden Flight Research Center, which is the Neil Armstrong Operations and Test. It's a NASA testing facility at Edwards. It's the Neil A. Armstrong testing place of a jig.
Oh, this is space.
Hey, Viper.
I'm in space.
Gifted 10 subs and Sea Dragon with the 33-month resub. Thank you. No lowballer, Sean. I know what I have. I don't see it here. Unless it's out on a plinth somewhere. There's like an area right here where
Discovery, go at throttle up.
NASA had a bunch of planes. Yeah, there they are. They had that abomination that is the F-15 with canards. They had the Death Trap, an X-29, I think that's the avionics, the fly-by-wire A7, I think, and I forget what that one is. I don't see it anywhere, but yeah, these are from 2023. The old mate-demate device was right here. This is where they loaded the shuttle on the 747. It's obviously not there because there's a bunch of NASA F-18s. I know those are NASA stuff because they're painted white. Most stuff that's painted white is NASA planes. Firebird, 53 months. It's in Palmdale. Okay. Down here. Yep, there it is. Like I said, it could be done. Could be. You could do it. You could tow this back over here. It's not like, Palmdale Airport doesn't have the facilities to fix planes. There's this whole facility over here that, let's just say that they have the capacity to restore a 747 to airworthiness. Let's just say that and leave it at that. And also this over here. And also, there's the Northrop Grumman facilities over here. Actually, no, these are Boeing facilities. This is where the space shuttles were built. The space shuttles were built in those two hangars right there. All of them. The real ones. So, you could. Whoa! Sophia's in 2 places at once on Google Earth. All right! Yeah, so Sophia was operating out of these facilities here when they canceled it. Can they JADO it? No. What current day plane would you use instead of a 747? A 777? Drummer, given a blank check, I'd just restore the 747s to airworthiness and call it a day. What I'm telling you is that you're not doing that for $60 million. Those planes are shells. They're junk. They're nothing. It's a sarcophagus, man. It's been embalmed, dude. That plane is... That is not... So what are you going to do? Go modify another 747? Where are you going to find another mint condition 747-100? Because that's what you need to do. Because that's what all the engineering was done with. It was done with a 100, not a 400, not a 200, not an 800. Those won't work without extensive analysis. What's your thought about the static fire adapter for the OLM? I don't know anything about it. Like, you're going to restore this to airworthiness for $60 million? All right. The shuttle carrier? Good luck. 15 years out? Like, how many people out there still know how to work on that thing? What a waste of time. I mean, Drummer, if we were going to use a modern plane, I don't know. A 777 should be good enough, but you're foregoing all the analysis. 747s are overbuilt. They're very strong. They are way overbuilt. Joe Sutter knew what he was doing. They built 747, and this is the reason why they stopped making them, because they're too strong. They're like, look, the original 747 design, they extended and gave, the reason why the 747 can have so many different modifications to it is because it was overbuilt. Joe Sutter was the guy he was the chief engineer on the 747 project 50 years ago. And they overbuilt the plane anticipating a bunch of uses for this thing. They did that on purpose. It can carry 5 engines. We've seen 747s launch things into space. You're not doing that with a 777. I really don't think so. I mean, I don't think the 777 was built like that. And that's why 747s were so damn popular, because you can use them for anything. But simultaneously, that's also the reason why Boeing stopped making them, is because they're harder to make than a 777. Fun fact, the 100 and 200 differences are minor. Beefier gear and a center fuel tank. In fact, the 200 would be better because of the strengthened gear. Perhaps. Are there... I mean, I'm not going to ask if... Are there 747-200s flying around? Because the answer to that is yes, Crash, for sure. But... Are you doing this for 60? Remember, $85 million. Somebody said in chat that 20 million of that is planning. I don't know if that was legit or not, but even with 85 million minus the planning, you're not like gonna buy one. You gonna buy one, restore it to airworthy status just to fly it once. I understand. Like I said, at the end of the day, I understand why. I know the reason, but honestly, just let it go. Just let it go. Spend that money on building a Falcon 9 or building a NASA equivalent of a Falcon 9 or something. I don't know. Anything but that. Like, that's just a waste of time. And 747 was meant for military airlift. It was meant for a bunch of things. They overbuilt it so it could do a wide variety of things. That's a really smart move. It puts longevity into your design. That's not something we think about nowadays. I mean, it kind of is, but you get what I'm trying to say. Could C5 be outfitted to do it? Sure. Sure, Sean, but why? They actually wanted to do that back in the day. They were looking for a way to move the shuttle carrier, just like for shuttle carrier aircraft. And the Air Force wanted to use a C-5 to move it around because that's their plane, etc., etc. And NASA came up with the idea of using 747s because 747s are not nearly as expensive as a C-5. So you could, I'm sure, you could do anything. Like, you could do whatever, but you're not, like, once again, I understand why. It's just, but it, like I said, it's very telling. It's very, very telling that they'd want to do this now. It speaks a lot for where the major stakeholders for NASA, where their priorities are, which is tone deaf and, like, the last thing NASA should frankly be doing, to be honest with you. NASA's literally spending $85 billion on remembering the good old days. Like, dude, enough. 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 This is ridiculous. And I'm saying that I'm saying that as somebody that loved the shuttle program, and frankly, I don't mind the SLS program either. Let's just, enough. Come on. Stop. Just stop. Just. It's what a waste of time. Like, and yeah, that's it. That's all I'm saying. I think you guys got the point. Let's get to work. So, Prometheus, our gigantic heavy-duty post-Saturn Apollo lift rocket. Sorry, it only took me an hour to lock in. That's my fault, boys. Last. I thought, could you hang a shuttle from Stratolaunch? Purely a thought experiment. It's not big enough, dude. They could buy one for a couple million, but no way you're going to refit it into an SCA and move on for 85. Plus, we have KSB. We could do anything anyway. Yeah, there you go, man. Exactly. Sea Kraken, you had a last in there, too. What's on your mind, buddy? Does the 100 have fly-by-wire? I have no idea, dude. I don't think so. I made an edit of the BOLE afterwards reaction. Oh, no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, jeez. All right, what's up? Let's see. Oh.
Activate aft deluge.
Oh.
Whoa. T plus 100.
Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Why am I upside down? That's really not good. No. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty funny. Good job. Oh, dude, I was not embellishing. That was a genuine reaction. I saw the thing blow up, and I'm like, it's gonna blow up on the test stand. I thought the whole thing was gonna go. I was like, no, that's bad. The immediate thing that popped into my mind was somebody right before that test asked if, like, you know, how do they know it's not going to explode? And I was like, no, they should have done the analysis right. That's the first thing that popped in my head. They did not do the analysis right. Let me see it one more time. That's pretty funny. Oh. Oh.
Activate afterluge.
Oh.
Whoa. T plus 100.
Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's really not good. Oh. Oh. That's the best part, dude, at the
Lower
end.
throttle up.
Was I wrong, though? That really wasn't good. I wasn't lying. Oh. That was a very fun stream to watch. I'm amazed that thing stayed together. Dude, I thought, like, I saw something. That's why I was like, huh? Oh. Because I saw something funny happening back there. And I was like, that doesn't look, oh, yep, it broke. Yeah. It'll buff out. No, it won't. No, it will not. It will not buff out, dude. The metal pipe clamp. That's pretty funny, dude. Yeah. Yeah, viewer cut that, Dan. That's pretty good. Erudite, go link it in the YouTube chat, buddy. Or actually, I'll do it. I got it. There you go. Sneezed a bit too hard. Watch Prometheus have the same failure. It's a liquid fuel booster, Nova. Did I leave any notes? I didn't leave any notes. And I know that I said I don't need to leave notes. Don't worry about it. I know exactly what I need to fix. I'm pretty sure it had something to do with the outer fairing shells. But, yeah. We had a pretty big problem. Go watch the VOD. I think that was the other thing that I said. I'm like, oh, I got the VOD. It'll be fine. Note to self. Leave more notes to self. But, yeah. I thought you did leave a note. Did I? You told us the VOD is your notes. I did, didn't I? You told us to remember? I told you guys to remember? What the heck was I thinking? Rough timestamp. Okay. Alright, let's see what we got. Alright, Past DJ, help me out here. Google. You can trust the chat. Are you drunk? Hey, you guys seem pretty reputable at the time. Leading, maybe. Okay, all right. What was I saying? Here, I'll go over here. Dude, look at that guy. That guy's locked in, man. Trusting chat. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what I was doing. I got a lot of good data about these explosions. We've narrowed down the problem. We know what the problem is. We just got to figure out I hate hearing myself talk, dude.
Which is great. That's really good.
It's really good. Yeah, that's me pre-Vegas. This is me after Vegas. Any questions? So true. Look at the optimism and the gleam in that EJ's eye.
Documentation for Giga Bay, Texas said it'll start construction on July.
Look at the gleam in the guy's eye. Like, he's so optimistic about having a nice long vacation. That's surely not going to be ridiculous and take up all your time. Like, look at how happy. You do a good EJ impression? Oh, thanks, man.
Wow.
Hey, Mats, what's going on, buddy? You look 3 years younger. This is your brain on Las Vegas. Dude, I'm telling you, man. It's sensory overload, dude. That place, like, I can deal with it for like 1 to 2 days, and then my almonds get activated in my head, and I'm just like, ah. But from what I understand, that's by design. okay. What happened?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, that's gonna explode. Look at nice distance. See that? See that? That's, I really want this to work, and it's not working, and I'm trying to be happy about this, but I'm not happy at all. That's what that face is, okay? All right, here, let's get to the end here. Stage being up there. I'm trying to crumple the stage. Yeah, I remember that. That's when somebody asked why I'm hanging the stage. I remember that. And then I show McGregor, and I show the test. McGregor. I show the test stands at McGregor. I remember this. Hey, Tal, what's going on? Yeah, so this is why I'm hanging the stage during testing to put load on it. They do that in real life, because if you just firing. I remember I didn't explain this very well. If you just hook the stage up to the stand and then fire it, you're not really getting good data. That's good data for getting, for like making sure your plumbing works and everything, but you're not getting your compression load data. Now, why do you need compression load data? Why do you need that? Well, one, you built this with the intention that it only can be crushed so much before it explodes, right? But also, that corroborates data so you can figure out where your maximum dynamic pressure is, for instance, right? You need this testing data here. Now, this is just qualification at this point, but SpaceX did this back in the day with Falcon 9 1.1. They put the test stand they put this on the test stand and hooked up these things. Those are load cells, all right? So that is connected to the top of the booster, and it shows how much the booster is pushing up. That's going to get you good data on your compression load analysis, okay? Because when SpaceX engineered Falcon 9, they were like, okay, Falcon 9 should be able to take this much load at full thrust with the second stage and a payload fairing attached to the top, right? We should be able to push up at this much, and it should be fine. And how close your testing data came to that proves if your analysis was good and or bad, right? Now, in Falcon 9's case, it was good. So with every Falcon 9 booster that gets tested, they test it against their original data to make sure that the analysis holds true. If you've tested 100 Falcon 9 boosters and they all push up with the same amount of force, then you test one and it doesn't, something's wrong, right? Real easy way to figure that out. That's why the load cell is there. That's a good way to test. We're doing that in KSP. Can you let the EJ explain it to us? All right. Sure. See that? Same idea. Okay. See, Tim Bite? Past EJ's explanation was weak. It was weak. That was a weak explanation. It was like 5 seconds. And I probably didn't give you a good explanation because I was trying to finish this. It's the outer ring of engines. The outer ring of engines are off my main load path. They're attached on an interstage attachment node, which is why it's weak. That's it. If we revert back to the R2... That's what's going on. It was that. Right there, what I just said. Let me rewind. I can't believe it's the segments that screwed me up. Why you clamping? Did you go on the massive Ferris wheel in Vegas? That thing is sweet. My buddy got married on the high roller, Dan, when we were at the top tower. Yep. So high. Because when I push up on the second stage chicken, I wanted to second stage chicken an upper stage being. No, Crazy Chicken had asked that question. Do not ask me why I remember that. I remember a question that somebody asked on a stream a week ago, because my brain works like that. I don't know, bro. I think my mom dropped me as a kid and then just didn't tell me about it. Instead of a secondary. You think past EJ is way cuter? That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. No, that's fair. That's 36-year-old EJ. This is 37-year-old EJ. Associative memory recall. I'm quite good at that, Aaron, or I don't need to tell you, brother. Attachment point? and then attach the thrust structure to that with 6 times fairings and 6 times tanks, it should work just fine. Because what I'm thinking, demo probably dribbled you like a basketball. I may or may not have been microwaved as a child as well. Old, see Kraken? No, you don't see. You could say, you're old. Haha, that sucks, bro.
Discovery.
You don't
Go
know.
throttle up.
I'm at a point where I could get away with like yelling at kids to get off my lawn. I can get away with it, dude. I'm getting to old man status, and that's pretty sick. Because I could be like, get off my lawn, you damn kids. Hey, you could sit here and be like, you're old, but no, I know you want to yell at people to get off your lawn too. But if the problem is, if you do it when you're young, everybody thinks you're a Karen. Like Karen Marsh, you know what I mean? Try being almost 60. Well, Mike, you can just straight up yell at people and call the police on them. I can't do that. I can't get to that point. I just yell at people. You know what I'm saying? You can say whatever you want, but one day you'll become an old man, and you will get to the point where you realize you can yell at people with no repercussion, and it's amazing. It's amazing. You have hit unk status. Yes. That's yes. The youths would say I've hit unk. Dude, I have hit unk status. That's mint. I'm actually like super proud of that. I'm super proud that I lasted this long. You know? I'm super proud of that. Okay? You asked, do I have any tanks near bulkheads, like splits in the fairing? Are you the cool uncle? No, I am the cool uncle, yes. I did when it was in 2x symmetry. Yeah, you need to chill? Oh, shut up, kid. You don't understand modern issues. You don't understand. You're just a punk kid. You don't know any better, right? I could probably work. I gotta work on it. Yeah, that's fair. Think back. You made it this far, and not for lack of trying. Yeah. You're close. Tell you're 50. Still look 30, though. Good for you. So I don't think I'll be getting to the point I can tip out people that are... Yeah, this... Tal, I don't mean to be mean. This is kind of an old man kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? All right. That's what's happening, dude. We can fix that. But we're going to have to fix that next week. Unfortunately. Yeah. We're going to have to fix it next... no, the week after. The next time I will play KSP will be on the 7th of July. Yeah, I wasn't lying. Hey, all right. Dude, the meta is real. All right. But that's not the end of the stream by any means. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, we got to take the outer ring of engines off the aft skirt. That's what's going on. I'm pretty sure. I will leave that VOD up in case I missed it. I remembered now. All right, so I remember you now, the so-called art dealer. Oh, Father, what's wrong with me? You want to destroy life. I'm trying to save it. Oh, Father, you are so wrong. Life, as you so simply put it, comes from a little destruction, disorder, and chaos. Take this glass, peaceful, serene, and boring. But if it is destroyed, well, look at all these little things. So busy now. Look at that. Each one is useful. It's like a little ballet. So filled with color.
Discovery. Go and throttle up.
Now think about all the people that created them, technicians, engineers, so they can go home and feed their children, not their children grow up to be big and strong and so on and so forth, thus adding to the great chain of life. In reality, chat, you and I are in the same business. Cheers. Was the robot to pat you on the back or the children? Are you okay? No. We've been streaming. I've been back from vacation for 90 minutes, and I haven't done a Fifth Element reference yet. We had to keep our quota. Did you see the giant tube that just rolled out of the factory? No, Fargon. All right, and this goes for everybody, dude. And I'm not trying to be like, no, shut up. I have not watched Starbase Live since the last space news, dude. I saw something about the transport stand from NSF, like being in the upstairs room in NSF. If they're doing what I think they're doing, oh man. But that's about the extent of what I've seen. We could talk more about that during space news, though. Yeah, I've been completely detoxed from anything space for a week. I've been doing normie stuff like gambling and drinking and grilling burgers and being social with people. Oh, it's so tiring. No Spaceballs yet. No. Yeah. You got to do that. Weird. I know. But sometimes, dude, and this is for all my gamers out there, sometimes you got to pretend to be a normie. You got to pretend. You got to go deep cover. Poker? Nah. I was playing blackjack. Blackjack, roulette, and dice. I learned how to throw dice, which is pretty cool. Dice is a pretty good game. That's pretty fun. Like, that's one of the few casino games where I'm actually entertained by it. But, I don't know, man. Like, to speak in kids' terms, I think I'm, like, tism resistant to gambling. I don't really see the appeal. Like, it's fun. But, dude, like, playing on a slot machine, for instance, is, like, that's the, like, gaming equivalent of, like, mobile games. It's just like, okay, you hit the button again. 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 I'm like... That tube is 37 meters long and might be the landing tank downcomer for 18. Oh, cool, man. Cool. Yeah, it's just... So you're old enough to yell at kids to get off your lawn. Does that mean I'm old enough to yell at you damn kids get off my computer? Yeah. I caught up on the MSC streams, Wartaz. Okay, 2 takeaways. 1, very good and fun to watch. 2, Swedish and Finnish swear words are more similar than you thought. Nice. Yeah, you got to practice your fake normie. Exactly, dudes. That's because there are going to be times in your life where you have to be social. And that sucks. So you gotta get good at it, dudes. Trust me. It'll pay off. You could just go back to not talking to anybody for long periods of time, but there's gonna be times where you have to normie it up. Sorry, I hate to be real. I hate to be unk, but oh yeah. I just got enough of the AUDHD. The Deadbringer, like, maybe it's like because I grew up playing games like Counter-Strike, which is like, that's way more involved gambling, I guess. Like, no, I didn't gamble on cases or something. That's after my time. But like, you know, I played a lot of comp shooting and stuff, and you know, also sports to an extent. So in my mind, if you're just playing odds, right, and there's no way to improve your odds, like roulette or something, or a slot machine, it's not very intellectually stimulating, right? Oh my. But then again, that's kind of the point, you know? Hey, yes. Like, the Navy taught you how to be a normie. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right, Victor. Yeah, at least you had somebody screaming in your face to practice, right? Like it just doesn't... It's fun, it's cool, but... yeah, it doesn't really do anything for me. Like, I like playing blackjack, like 2-deck blackjack, because then you can improve your odds a little bit if you know what you're doing, right? But all the big casinos in Vegas nowadays play blackjack at 2-to-1 odds with 5 decks, which is just... which is stupid. That's not even worth it. Like, that's like going into a comp Counter-Strike game with 2, and you have 2 guys on your team and the other guy has 5. Like, why would you do that? You're just ruining your odds. Like, and you're just gonna wind up frustrated. Like, I don't know why somebody would do that, but... So, like, Ernok, when I went... yeah, that's because too many people learn how to count cards. I can do that. You see me do it in GTA when we play gambling, but it's hard when we gamble when we used to play GTA and gamble in the casino. I used to do that. But they're playing 5-deck, which is way harder. There's instead of 52 cards in the deck, there's 260 cards. So that's 5 times the amount of face cards, 5 times the amount of aces, 5 times the amount of every card. It becomes difficult to keep track in your head. Well, Coltech Rockstar insists that it is coded as 5-deck. They've said that before. So I tried to put it to the test. It is 5 decks. I'm pretty damn sure. Because I don't know if you guys go watch those old gambling streams. We used to gamble in GTA Online before we'd race or whatever, or play Hunt the Streamer or whatever. And I was able to predict some cards. I couldn't get all of it right, but there are times when I don't know if you guys. Not a lot of people watch those streams, but there were times where I was like, the next one's going to be a jack of spades, and it was, and I hit. It's just hard to do. But playing at 2-to-1 odds is so stupid instead of 3-to-2. 3-to-2 pays out double. 2-to-1 pays out half of what your bet is, which is stupid. So I didn't really play much blackjack, which is a shame because it's my favorite game to play. And it was all 3-to-2. Dealer draws at 17, which is bullcrap. Like, that's just the casino rigging the rules against you. Card counting how to stream when? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we could go through it. It'd be much better because we can keep track of it, but... Alright. Of course they rig it. Well, yeah, the bigger casinos are kind of leaning into more of a resort where you have a money printer rather than a casino where you can win at gambling. Like, they're hesitant to comp you rooms and stuff, which is stupid. Like... But nobody, they're hesitant to comp you rooms because they would comp rooms when people win big because they want you to stop gambling, right? It's like, oh, we give you a suite. You can go over there instead of gambling. The new casinos don't even do that. They don't even get to that point. Like, it's very rare that they'll comp you a room because you're not going to win in the first place. And people realize this, and people don't want to go to Vegas casinos because of this, which is really funny. What's the point of going to a casino if you're just going to lose, you're going to lose money because they stack the odds way against you, like way more, right? That era where winners were treated like royalty is dead and gone. Yeah, my buddy that lives out there was telling me all about how that worked. Now, back in the day, they wanted to move as much money as possible through the casino. Because they were in the dry cleaning business. So, didn't really matter if you won. If you won, that's no big deal. Yeah, no, they wanted to pay out winners. Because they were in the dry cleaning business, okay? But nowadays, it's just MBAs running casinos, right? And they want to nickel and dime you for everything, which is just really honestly ruining the vibe. That, and there's like electronic roulette machines and electronic craps and electronic blackjack, which is just like there's a dealer at a table and they're dealing cards, and instead of sitting at the table, you are on a machine. You are on a machine and you electronically bet on the table that's actually being dealt, which is that kind of killed the whole Vegas vibe for me, to be honest with you. It's really stupid, actually. Like, yeah. Yeah. B3 header tank just came out of Star Factory. I'm on live. I don't see it. I heard that. I went to Vegas again. My best man got married, so I was the best man at his wedding. And yeah. And it's gone. Well, they dropped it. No, they didn't. They didn't. Biggest money they make on slots. Yeah, Sun Temple, I just don't really... The slot machine's cool, but honestly, it doesn't activate my almonds up there like playing Counter-Strike or like even Fortnite, I would say it's a more intellectually stimulating experience playing Fortnite than it is playing a damn slot machine, but that's just me. I don't know, man. Vegas doesn't really, like, you'd think with me being like a gaming addict, like playing all these games and being addicted to Counter-Strike for the longest time, like Vegas would be, no, those games aren't fun. Because you don't do anything. There's no way to improve your odds. It's just you betting against the odds, and that's it. At least with the dice table, it's somewhat up to chance, right? It's horizontal, not vertical, so it's behind the fence. Oh, okay, I see it. Yeah. All right, we're talking like right here. I like blackjack and roulette. Yeah, farm, but dude, the blackjack pays out at 2-1. Dealer draws to 17, which is stupid. That's just. I'm sorry. I'm turning this into EJ whines about casino odds. Let's stop. You can do a bank transfer to those electronic slot machines. Oh, dude, they really make it easy to give them money. Which, Geeson, here, that's why when I went to Vegas, I took $500. $500 in cash for the casino. Whatever happens, happens. That's it. You know, I ended up losing about 300 of that. I was like 400 in the hole, or no, more than that. I was basically at the end. I had like $20 left, and then I hit a jackpot on a slot machine and made like, I don't know, a good deal of it back. So I ended up being about 300 bucks in the hole, which isn't too bad, but I don't know, man. I just don't really find it, like I said, intellectually stimulating, you know, like not being able to like improve your odds. It's like a game that's just the odds are the odds. Here, play the game. It's like there are better things to do with 300 bucks for sure. Like car parts. Bingo. I did sell some parts out of the shop though. I sold some parts to my brother-in-law. So I ended up making back what some extra parts that I had lying around in the shop. I did end up making back what I made though, so it's good. Is it fun losing money at least? The slot machine is kind of fun, but honestly, like, it's very much normie gaming. It's like playing Candy Crush. Like, it's cool for a second, and then you're just like, wow, this is fun. I did leave my credit cards at home. Fun Temple, absolutely. Yep. Check the NSF Discord. Okay. What's on your mind, ringtone? Yeah, I see it. It's horizontal. That's what threw me, dude. Thank you. Did you go to the Atomic Energy Museum? I did, dude. I saw the Nerva engine that's there and then promptly got very upset. Is that bad? Thanks, Joe. You broke it, Starbase Live. I love watching craps, but I'll never play it. Yeah, alright, anyway, let's get to work. Sorry, I farted. Pretty sweet to walk around. My mom lives out there and got us tickets to the underground test sites north of Vegas. That's cool, Gary. Right on. The slot machine in MSC is more fun than the real one. It's about the same. Did it fit in your carry-on? No, it didn't. They had a real Nerva at that museum, a real nuclear thermal rocket. It's been inerted, but it was real. It was a real test article. It had a government serial number on it and stuff, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Clayton, that happens, dude. I'm sure there's an algo. There's some kind of algorithm to the slot machines. I'm sure there is. Because in Las Vegas, by law, 78% of funds has to be paid back. So the slot machine has to pay out. It has to pay out eventually. It's just how much money do you want to sink in, you know? It has to pay out a certain amount over a certain time, per the Nevada Gaming Commission. That, at least, like I said, that's what my buddy who's a local out there was telling me. So it has to pay out eventually by law. So if you play it long enough, you'll win. But how much money do you have to play it long enough? But I think that's what people, there are people, I mean, Clayton, I saw the same thing, dude. There were people that were blowing, or who said that? Somebody just said, like, people putting thousands of dollars into these machines. I think, if I had to guess, some people probably have that algo figured out. And even if it is RNG to an extent, it's not, because you have to pay out 78%. 78% of all money put into a slot machine has to get paid back by law. So to that extent, it's not all just random numbers, right? It's not completely RNG. They aren't truly random since you have to pay out. Exactly. So there is a pattern. There has to be. There has to be by law. So I'm like all systems. I saw people putting thousands of dollars into a slot machine. I saw one guy that put 300 into a slot machine and hit an instant jackpot and went up to like $1,500. And I'm like one guy walked up, put in 3 hundos, right? Played like 4 or 5 times, paid out to like 1,500. Guy cashed out, walked away. I'm like, but how'd you do that? So it's pseudo-random. Bingo. But the pattern is spread through all the machines in the casino. Yeah, Marius, that's where it gets complicated. You have to look at the slot machines, and you have to look at the payout jackpot on a slot machine. And you have to figure out which one hasn't paid out in a little while. That's really hard to do without spending money. Hey, thousands. I would really be interested in the stat behind this to see if we could figure it out, but I'm pretty sure somebody would get mad somewhere if we actually did. Dude, like, casino algorithms are like ITAR, man. Like, I mean, it's not like you're breaking the law or anything, but dude, that's like a super closely guarded secret. Very proprietary tech. That's a terrible law. A slot machine that pays back 78% will take more money from people than a machine that paid back 0%. Ain't my state, not my circus, not my monkeys, homie. Dr. Death, 52 months. Thanks, man. All right, so let's get in here and take a look. We figured out that the aft skirt seemed to be the issue, and some of my thrust structure is attached to the aft skirt, which, oh boy. Okay. Have you seen the Stoke Trench? I have not. I'm trying to not do space news right now, man. That's a lot of struts. Well, when the thrust structure is this big, you have to kind of... Each casino probably has its own algorithm. A lot of the casinos have similar machines, Marius, by the same company. I was keeping track of that because it's me. Like... There are certain machines that are made by similar companies in all the casinos. Like, you can go and... Like, it'd be the equivalent of playing, like, Candy Crush in one casino and then playing the exact same Candy Crush in another casino. It's made by the same people, and most likely the algos aren't varied per casino. Because why would you do that? That makes no business sense to do something like that. Yakpot? Oh, Yakpot. Very nice. Hey, Space Pope. Hey there, what's up? Does Brimo enjoy rockets as much as you do? Brimo appreciates spaceflight, but that's not her, like, big thing, dude. Yeah, Konami. I noticed that, No Wrath. Konami makes slot machines. I'm like, huh. That's... I guess that makes sense. Casino visits may lead... Casino secrets may lead to a visit from guys in sunglasses carrying cement. I don't know what you're talking about. I do not recall these events at this time. I don't recall. I don't want to talk about the F1 race thousands because of spoilers, dude. Does the Konami code work in those slot machines? I don't know, maybe. So what happened the last time we work on this? I don't remember. Neither did I. That's why I need to have my memory refreshed. We basically figured out that the skin of the rocket, the fairings, are what's causing problems. I might have a way of fixing this. But the big way to fix it would be to start over on our thrust structure. Can they run Doom? Most likely. First stage tank testing. Did I leave any notes here? Maybe I did. So what we're doing is I'm trying to build a post-Saturn Apollo launch vehicle, and this is basically what they were going to do when the Saturn V reached its theoretical maximum. They were going to build bigger rockets basically out of Saturn V parts, which is just... This rocket would have had 18 F1 engines in the first stage and 3 M1 engines in the second stage. M1 engines are vacuum-optimized Hydrolox Saturn V first stages. The first stage engines. They retooled them for hydrogen with 2 open-cycle gas generators and gave them a nozzle that was 3 stories tall. Yes, 3 stories tall. You heard that right. 10-meter tall nozzle. 33 feet. You think I'm kidding? Check this out. 40-to-1 expansion ratio. So, yeah, there's the housing for it. That is the thrust, the combustion chamber, the throat, and the start of the nozzle with no extension. That's the cooled part of the nozzle next to a Gemini capsule. It's quite literally as large as a Gemini capsule. There's some renders. Like I said, they did make some parts of this thing, but then they decided that, you know, we don't need to do that because why would we want to go further in space? The Soviets aren't going further in space. Why would we want to?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. Monster engine. They even built all the test stands for it and built an entire testing complex in Sacramento, California, and then promptly never used it. In the business, we call that foreshadowing. A bit off topic, but have you seen the game this guy is making? Might be a great one for you to stream when it comes out. No. Subway Builder, though. That's kind of cool. I'll leave that up. You've driven by that test area? Dude, they built out a huge testing complex out there, which just kind of pissed that they never used it. Did I leave any notes here? Nope. All right, let's get the tunage on, I suppose. Sorry, it took me a second to kind of get back into the groove, guys. If you're watching this VOD and you're wondering why the hell hasn't he started playing KSP, sorry. It took me a second. Hey, Chris, what's going on? Didn't they demolish it? Well, yeah, parts of it are still there, though. Like, the flame trenches for it are still there. Do you have heard the new NSF voiceover? I haven't. No, I haven't. I'll check it later, dude. Check it later. So what did we test with this thing then? Let me I need to go back into that VOD real quick just to make sure I got it right. Let's go over here like this. Right, chat. Let me just back it up.
Thinking the outer ring of engines. My outer ring of engines are...
Here, let's go over here. I'm gonna back it up a little bit more. Hey, Nazalik.
For Gigabay, Texas said it'll start construction on July 1st and finish at the end of 2026. A $250 million project.
Balls, this rocket is basically designed to do whatever. It was designed... The post-Saturn Apollo vehicle was designed to basically go wherever. Dude, it has like 450 tons to orbit in one shot in a 60-foot fairing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's big. That's an 18-meter fairing. That's gigantic. That's more than double the size of New Glen's fairing. So what would this rocket be used for? Don't know. Could you build something big with it? Yes. Hey, well, Lord, 72 months. Wow. Let's get past the EJ's up to. Hey, well, Lord, welcome back. Thanks, man. 2 EJs. What does it mean? With the same hat. I tell you what I want to do, man. Watch 2 EJs play Kerbal at the same time, man. Yeah, I did a test. There it is. I did a test without any of the outer skin on it, and it works just fine. Let's see. I want to see something. Figure about $1 million. They'd buy that up. Could the location of the hold down points be a problem? I don't know. See if the shell is cracking out. Yeah, well, 95, we've eliminated all possibles. If this works, if we can shock the engines here and it works and she fires, well, that tells you we know what's wrong here. If this works, then maybe use flags? No, I have a couple more tricks up my sleeve to get those fairings to jive correctly. I'm not worried.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Old trick that you can use to strut fairings to fairings. D21, what's up, man? Well, yeah, I'm not sure if that still works. Anyway, ready? Shock loaded.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nice. Well, Leon, what's up? I'm modulating the throttle to try and push up on the bottom of the vehicle. Yeah, I suppose we could arc split. These two guys even sit the same. Okay, so that one made it. With the outer skins, it made it. We're already up to ship 44's nose cone visible in Star Factory. Insane how fast they are making plans for ships. Trey, what did I tell you? Accelerate. Accelerate. Faster. Go faster. Remember, I always take into account with Starship that the factory is part of the vehicle. That is part of the vehicle's design. Starship is designed to be manufactured. It's designed to be mass produced. That's one of the reasons why they went with stainless steel. It's easier to acquire a bigger amount of stainless than it is aluminum, right? Stainless is a lot cheaper, right? It's cheaper than aluminum. Mass production of Starship is part of the vehicle's design, just like Raptor, just like the flappy wings, just like the tiles. You have to take that into account when you're making rulings on this stuff. That's what I do when I say, oh, I don't think they're going to slow down. This thing will be able to go anywhere. So I'm just watching the VOD to just make sure I understand where we left off. Never slow or halt production lines. Bingo. Bingo. How many years ago was this VOD, Barry? Oh, this was
95. I'm just trying to figure out
the
why that's
27th.
happening. What's making the fairing shells so upset? Because they are not happy.
That's right.
Because it's definitely the shell. I think we can be very clear. We've isolated this problem. We've eliminated all other possibles. It's definitely the shells, the arrow shells.
Well, the arrow shells
Why?
are causing
Why
problems,
is
but what's
it?
causing
What's
yes?
going on?
What's causing the shells to screw up? I'm talking to myself, aren't I?
Three shell clips.
Nice.
Explodes. All right.
I'm actually having a conversation with myself.
Idiot idea time. What if we took the shells and instead of making them 4 halves, we made them 6 halves? Give them more seams.
Oh yeah, I remember. This is what we did.
Just straight curiosity. Because the shells are strutted. I know they're strutted.
I also talk to myself. Sometimes I need an expert opinion. If NASA made this rocket in real life, what payloads would fly?
Things are finicky, man.
They never really the rocket never really got off the drawing board, dude. So they didn't really have what types of things they would be using with it fleshed out, dude. But if you have the goals of the Apollo program to go to the moon and then explore the solar system beyond that, I can't imagine that you wouldn't find a use for a vehicle with an 18-meter fairing that can deliver 450 metric tons into low Earth orbit. That's a big enough rocket. Dude, this thing would have been more powerful than Super Heavy. Like, way more powerful. It has 18 F1 engines in the first stage. Each F1 engine produces 1.5 million pounds of thrust. Dude, this thing would have ended up producing 30 million pounds of thrust out the first stage. That's double Super Heavy. If you can't find a use for this for space exploration, you got a big problem. That's a you problem, right? So what would they have launched? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think it got that far. But I'm sure they would have figured out something. If it was me, I would use this to build transfer vehicles and heavy landers for other planets. Hypothetically speaking.
They do weird stuff like that.
This is going to be my last guess, and then we'll have to work on it in 2 weeks. Because we got Flame Trench, baby. I isolate it and bring it in. These are the 6 segmented fairings, and then I made the right struts for them. Yeah, talk to him. I'm still recovering from vacation.
We'll see.
You need Guy to come tuck you in?
Nice.
No, I am fine. No towel, need sleepy. Would we hypothetically build this program out with the craft in KSP? Hypothetically, we could. If I can get the damn thing working. Hypothetically speaking, of course. He complains of back issues and ignores chat.
Now I'm hungry. Come on, baby, hold up.
Okay, Barry.
Please.
Thank you for that useless comment. I appreciate you.
All right, it held up. Please don't explode. Please don't explode.
It's gonna explode.
It exploded. Wait.
Interesting. Oh, that's a weird problem to have right there.
That was a different failure, 95. That was the aft skirt. The aft skirt broke. I saw it. It broke.
Okay, pause that for a second. I'm wondering if those segments are sixed, right? And these ones, maybe we switch it to 4 or 5-sided, or maybe even 4. Can we do a trisector? Okay. I'm wondering if it's because the seams of every fairing are lined up with each other. Maybe if we alternate the seams of the fairings, right? 4 seems to be pretty good. Let's try that. The back segment has 4. Now, what do I mean by seams? All right, so check this out. With every fairing, you have seamage, right? You see if we have a 4-sided fairing, you got 4 segments, right? If I'm looking at this right, it seems like the seams of every fairing might potentially be colliding with each other. Now, my solution there was to rebuild the, my solution there was to rebuild the skirt. But that might not be entirely what's wrong here. The aft skirt could be pushing and the fairings could be working their way. We could be failing at the seams. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to set that one to 4, right? And then, set the aft one, keep the aft one at 6, for instance. Should we just test with old seamage first? I mean, sure, if you want. We see if we can replicate the failure from last week. This is the same exact craft file that now that I switched that back, it has no, this is the exact same one. We'll see if it does the same thing, I suppose. PJ, did you build huge space station? I have in the past, FF, not with this thing though. This thing doesn't work yet. I swear he always misses my messages. If you don't tag me, MK, I'm going to assume you're not talking to me. Also, I've been gone for a week. You have to bear with me here. Don't do me like that, man. Come on. Have you done any testing without the skirt at all? We did testing without the skins, and it worked fine. Let's see if this thing blows up. Once again, headphone users, Kerbal likes to overdrive sound if you activate a bunch of engines all at once, so just be advised. This could get loud. All right, ready? Nice distance. Let me check something. I want to make sure that this thing rocking back and forth on the stand isn't what's causing the problem. So I'm going to try to fire all the engines and release all the clamps at the same time. Once again, this is with no modifications to the file from last week. This is the same one we were using at the end of last week's stream. Class 82 month resub. You maybe get off my lawn old, but I just hit you need bifocal glasses old. I'm sorry, man, that stinks. But you can yell at small children now, which is pretty cool, and not face any repercussion, which is pretty neat. All right, ready? Oh, hello. You know what the real interesting thing is, guys? Test stands can often give you bad data. They can give you anomalous data if you don't have it configured right. How many G's did we just pull at liftoff? 2.8 G. Pretty good. And these engines are overclocked, yeah? Oh man, this thing's fast. Okay, we gotta slow down. How much dynamic pressure do you want? Yes. Now throttle it up and down like crazy. All right. G-force modulation engaged. Keep in mind that these engines are overclocked. They're producing 3 times the amount of thrust that a Mastodon engine pulls, usually. Because that's what was needed for a scale equivalent. Not really seeing anything moving around here. That's really what we got to look for. We got to look for parts moving. It actually seems... Seems all right to me. Where'd you get your throttle bucket at Harbor Freight? Yeah, because there was a lot of them and they were free. I can't understand you. I don't understand what you're saying. Second stage time? Not exactly, Trey. Can you land this? Probably. If Super Heavy did this, would it run? Yes. Doing that with engines, all of them, all at the same time, Erudite? Yeah, most likely. But then again, if any rocket could do it, I would say that Super Heavy probably could get away with it. Too much fuel? This is a first stage. That's why we have too much fuel.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Even with that atrocious ascent, it still made it. How much mass do we have left over? 800 tons. This thing could zip probably by itself. Probably could zip like, I don't know, 80 to 100 tons. Well, no, our scaled Kerbal mass is 267. I'd say this thing could probably do like 50 tons by itself. What is the TWR on this thing? All of it. The first stage can SSTO by itself with this design, which is cool. Pretty good. Now the real question is, can we come back down? You wouldn't be able to do this with rocket engines in real life unless they were a hypergol, like a hypergolic pressure fed. I'm just trying to get this thing home. Just to see, because it's funny. I don't need that. Get rid of this. The problem I think we're really going to have is that this thing most likely wants to fly forwards and not backwards. Because that skirt at the bottom basically makes it like we have wings down the bottom. I'm not sure if the drag that the interstage creates from going business end first is going to stabilize us. It's most likely not going to. Air brakes or grid fins at the top. So Ninjaneer, I never planned for this rocket to be reusable because the one that we're building it off of is supposed to be expendable. But that does not mean that, well, you know. It does. You built your own version and displayed that behavior. Yeah, this thing's going to be hard to get down without any control. Our center of mass is lower. We have a lower biased COM, but... we might be able to move it lower. Like, this is not... fuel transfer around tanks is not really something you can do in real life unless it's, like, designed for it, but... this is going to be a very rowdy re-entry. Very unorthodox. About as unorthodox as the, as our ascent, but, you know... Supersonic retro propulsion! You could always put wings in a cockpit in it. Wouldn't that be something, dude? Guys, we only have 10,000 units of fuel left. Oh no. We're gonna run out of fuel. Oh boy. That's Delta V for you. That's life. That's life. Maybe the arrow will slow us down, but we're still really high up for that to happen. We definitely don't have enough to land, but, you know, just because I want to see if it can be done. Just gonna kick in some old Infiniprop here. This will also help us with G-loading up the stage. There we go. There we go. Yeah, some RCS could help us here, but ballistically, we're not very stable. It's going to want to fly face first. We'd need some control surfaces, but I think with control surfaces, we probably get around it. But, once again, how the heck are we going to land this thing? Yep, there it goes, Xerax. Yep, yep. The accelerometer is right here. Yep. Interesting. The red lines are drag that's being created, and the cyan lines are body lift that's being created. It looks like, hold on, pause this for a second. One of the fairings. Okay. What about this line down here? Where does that one come from? Oh, that's coming from the interstage. Ah. It's actually pretty neutrally stable. Huh. You'd think the drag from all the rocket engines in the back would, you know... Clouds. This is pretty good data for G-loading the stage. Alright, let's try to fly it. We are accelerating at the ground at almost 1 kilometer a second. Fellas, headphone users. Yeah, this is going to get loud. Because it's going to hit the ground all at once. And it's going to overdrive it. Wait for it. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Oh, what survived? Oh, nice. All right. No, it's not a GBU 57, Louiso. That's a GBU 154. SOP. Super ordnance, super terrain penetrator or something. Gigamop. All right, so that actually worked if we sequenced it at the right time, interestingly enough. I want to see it again just to make sure that that's what I was looking at. It looked like a Mark 82. Mark 82, this is a little bigger. It's a little bigger. All right, let's just check something. Ready? Yep, it was doing it. Oh God, no, 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 no! Whoa, close call. You can't park there. Now let's see what happens when you use the other guy's launch pad. You're driving along, and all of a sudden Jeb's in the backseat. I gotta get the science, Daddy. Not now, damn it! Runway! I can't stop! There's a fire. Oh my gosh, my engines are burning alive. Oh, I can't feel my struts. Here comes Bob Kerman, and he gets out of the vehicle and goes, oh my God. You Kerbal over in the corner puking his guts out. All because you wanted to try and land this booster. Get out now. Well, it's very interesting that I didn't think of doing this last week, but that seems to work. Get out now. Another good bit of news here, dudes, is that this another good bit of news here is that this is actually giving us a maximum load. Now, this isn't, the launch clamps aren't a load cell per se, so it would be kind of hard to discern what like max compression load on this thing is. Now, the stage seems okay. Everything seems fine. Based off of that kind of simulation flight that we did where we SSTO'd this thing and then brought it back down, I'm not concerned with the load being put on this stage anywhere exceeding 8 Gs, at least from the thrust structure. I think the highest we got during that flight from the pulsing the engines was up around 8 or 9 Gs towards, that's why I put infinite fuel on to try and get it to fly, right? The problem is that, okay, so that proves that this is good down here. This works just fine. But, he said but, that doesn't give us any good information on load. We don't have a load cell up here. I mean, the load cell would be firing the engines, right? Firing the engines while the stage is hanging, right? That's a good way to do that. But there's no way to discern how much force is necessarily being put on this thing before it fails. Well, how could we discern that exact number? Because there definitely is a failure point here. And what I'm worried about is that we're going to go to make the second stage, and the second stage, the simultaneous push up on the engines at the bottom, and the simultaneous gravity pushing down on the second stage, pushing on top of the inner stage, is going to cause that to happen. See? We can get the stage to work, but we can't get it to work reliably, which means there's still some kinks in this design that we got to figure out. Get out now. More struts. I'm not necessarily sure that struts are going to be our issue. Now, what I'm also wondering is the last 2 tests that we've done there worked correctly, and I didn't change anything. I've hit launch 3 times on this. 2 times. First time it worked. Actually, 4 times now. First time it worked. Or no, 3. First time we SSTO'd and then came back down. Second time I tried to land it, and then the third time it just blew up on the stand. That's inconsistent. Not necessarily the first and second flight, but the third flight's inconsistent. The third flight failed for a reason. Funny things happening at Starbase. Everybody keeps saying that to me, and guys, that's not a wide enough diameter for Starship, is it? Is it not? That what is? But see, it worked just fine that time. I'm not sure I like a V3 transfer tube. That's not Starship. That's the transfer tube. The point that I'm getting at is that that's not the outer skin of the vehicle. It goes inside the booster rocks tank. It's the new header tank for V3. That's also the transfer tube. Fellas, is that transfer tube as big as a Falcon 9? Because it almost looks like it's as big as a Falcon 9. It looks like they're picking up a Falcon 9. Look. It's 3.6 meters. It is as big. Falcon 9's 3.7. Venturino, can you believe that? Dude, the transfer tube on this thing is as tall as a Falcon 9 first stage. Actually, it's probably just a little bit shorter. I'd say that tube, I mean, a Falcon 9 first stage is what, 47, 48 meters tall? I'd say that's probably like 45, maybe 40. That's ridiculous that the plumbing for Super Heavy is as big as an entire Falcon 9 first stage. Nice, Penta. They're laying some serious pipe. That's ridiculous how big that thing is. All right, if anything weird happens or anything updated happens, I'll let you know. So let's hit that. And where's our theoretical
Discovery,
maximum?
go and throttle up.
I think we can see the amount of load we're putting on the stage here. Thrust output is 34 meganewtons. Oh, geez. I don't want to make everybody's day worse with that. $49 meganewtons. We failed at 63 meganewtons of force being pushed up. And what failed? Center shell failed. That's the connection between bearing tank shell 1 and tank shell 2. Wow. Well, you know, guys, I'm a little rusty because I've been away for a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see. We were pushing up with 60 meganewtons of thrust, and it failed at 60. How much? Oh. Okay. What's the mass of this thing? $29.78 tons. We need to convert 60 meganewtons into... I just bought this game, never opened it, haven't opened it yet. It's an awesome game, Cool Cat. Yeah. You build rockets in it, man. You got a bunch of space plane parts, spaceship parts, wings, fuel tanks, rocket engines, and then have some fun with it, dude. It's really good. Even for an old game, dude. Really good time. we'd have to convert kilonewtons or meganewtons to tons force. Right? That's what we need to do. "60 meganewtons is equivalent to 6118.29 tons force in metric." So, how many tons is the vehicle? Vehicle fully fueled is 2978. We are at a load factor of 2, if I'm understanding that correctly, right? Am I doing that right? I'm pretty sure. So we have a 200% load factor. That's, yeah. The perfect target would be 69 meganewtons. If I pushed it to 69, it'll explode. You know what I'm saying? But that, yeah, get it? Yeah.
Discovery,
Hey, Zizep.
go at throttle up.
Make it 30% bigger. No, please explain. Well, we would exceed our maximum load factor on the stage. No, seriously, just double check me. You don't want to pop too fast. That's right. It should be slow and steady. Slow and steady ascent into space.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
James, tier 2, 99-month resub. Thanks, man. No, it has to be more pointy, Lizoku. How are we supposed to instill fear into our enemies?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Quick Starbase Live question. What are the big poles on the side of the blue crane for? I don't know. And you guys want to do everything but this, huh? That's not a crane. That is a pile driver. It's not a crane. That thing is designed for hammering stuff in. It's a gigantic hammer with treads. At least I'm pretty sure that's the pile driver. Yeah, that's not a crane, dude. All right. So, guys, I mean, I don't know. Somebody double check me. I'm pretty dang sure that we have, yeah, 60 meganewtons is 6,100. So as long as our vehicle overall mass with 267 tons of payload doesn't exceed 6,000 tons, I think we're fine. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I could be wrong in my analysis, but my analysis took 5 seconds and it was super basic. Is that enough? James, I don't think our second stage is... So, what's our mass margin for the payload fairing and the second stage and everything at this point, right? We need to move 267 tons into space. That's my stakeholder requirement for this vehicle. 2978.9, right? Actually, we need to do... Let's do 6,000 just because we don't want to get anywhere near maximum load factor, right? So if it fails at 6,100, right? I mean, and I want to corroborate this test just to be sure. So, but 6,000 minus 2978.9, right? Gives us a 3,000 ton margin. So take minus 267 out of that because that's our stakeholder requirement for payload. And our second stage lands us somewhere around 2,700 tons. Second stage in payload fairing. We are well in the clear, guys. Yeah, we're well in the clear for this. What I'm doing is we figured out that the thrust structure that we have here is adequate. It's correct. Okay? And it turns out that the reason why we can't shock this stage is because we're exceeding... We're basically figuring out where this thing's upper limits of structural integrity are. But we figured out that we pushed up on the stage during a test, right? We pushed up on it with 60 meganewtons. That's 6,100 tons force. What I want to do is see if we can replicate that test, just to be absolutely sure. If we can successfully replicate this test, then we could basically duplicate our load. We can duplicate our load testing. So this thing failed at 60 meganewtons previously. So let's just see if it can get up to 60 meganewtons without breaking. All right, ready? Turn the engines on. Now watch right here. See, that one failed at 39. What broke? Everything. I don't like that we could shock load this. What I'm getting at, dudes, if anybody's confused, what I'm getting at here is that if we can't light these engines off and get this thing going in the air, if it fails at a certain point, right? Like what it's doing, if we can't light all the engines quickly enough and release the clamps fast enough, it's basically going to explode when we try to launch it. Because this thing is going to have probably like 2,000 tons of upper stage and payload on top of it. So remember, we need to push up with enough force to counteract, gravity pushing down on this. Gravity is pushing down on this with just the first stage with almost 3,000 tons of force. We need to push past that and then some, right? But we also need to push past that and then some and not have everything break. Does that make sense? Use a cal and sequence it. Well, that's all fine and dandy, Hellfish, using a cal controller to sequence, right? That's not a problem. I don't really see the issue with doing that. The problem is that, yeah, well, I don't know where those numbers are. I don't know what we need to sequence to. Clearly, we can't take full thrust on the launch clamps. That doesn't work. I mean, perhaps we could... Maybe if we add another set of clamps... Trial and error. Well, trial and error is all fine and dandy, but what I would like to do is prove that I just inhaled dust. I'm good. Could the bouncing let the craft touch the ground, causing the explosion? Maybe. Off drop. See, this testing is so inconsistent, dude. I didn't even do anything. I added more clamps, and it didn't like it. So that tells me something. People are going to say, well, Kerbal's physics are inconsistent. No, they're not. They're not. They're ridiculously consistent to the point where it's not really like real life. They're ridiculously consistent. This tells me that when we put the stage out, that some point is exceeding that maximum force allowable before it breaks the joint, and that's it breaks the attachment. So what I'm trying to tell you is that more struts might be the solution here. Do the clamps have auto struts? They do, yes, and I added them.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Crawdad, what's up, dude? So you're saying it's you, not the game, Kappa? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Your engines are in the ground, that may cause a physics glitch. They won't. When you put something out with the launch clamps, it'll automatically move at a certain height off the ground. That height might not be good enough. Trey might be right. See, now we don't have to worry about that. But now we added a clamp that's holding the bottom of the vehicle down. So this theoretically should be able to, we should be able to push up more with this thing. But it's not, it's not the proper load path. But here, let's, all right, so let's, broke it. Yeah, I think my original conclusion of taking the engines out of the aft skirt thrust structure is probably a good idea. Because the aft skirt failed there. That's what popped. The engine's pushing up on the aft skirt, meaning the aft skirt wasn't strong enough. Now we could try to fix that, just in some testing here. Can you small scale test this? The problem is stemming from the gigantic scale here. So if the problem has to do with because it's a bigger booster, doing a small scale test is not going to corroborate the right data. What I'm going to try to do is strengthen up the inner stage. All this testing data is void. I moved the thrust structure at the beginning of... Or wait, no. This is the same test article. Hang on. I gotta reload. Don't save that. I messed around with the thrust structure in the main craft file. What am I looking at here? A gigantic first stage. You could do that, Trey, but I'm not sure we have to. I don't know how that's going to make a difference with what we're testing. I mean, it'll help you find your weak point, but I'm pretty sure I already know the weak point. Oh, that stinks, Panta. See, I know something is wrong. You guys know how I always take my time with struts. Anything that I strut, I take my time. And I make sure that it's right. Do you see something wrong here? What's that connected to? That's not connected to anything. Neither is that. That one's connected to something, but that one is not. That's connected to nothing. What the heck? I see what's going on in here. Some of my plate reinforcement was not done correctly. And that is the exact reason why I take my time to optimize every strut. Because taking the time basically is like QCing your work. Now look, now all those are connected together. So all of our testing data that we just did was basically invalid because this wasn't made correctly. I didn't make it how I wanted. We didn't make it right. That was some load path engineering that we were doing to try and reinforce the structure. And, well, we frankly have no idea if it worked or not because it was never right in the first place. So all of our testing data up until now is basically invalid. No good. We don't know. So our failure point was happening right here with that protective shell basically liberating itself from the design. The problem is it's inside of a bunch of other objects. So when it became a separate object, it started colliding and basically did the equivalent of a COPV bouncing around inside of a fuel tank. Too soon? Nah, not really. Whatever. Does KSP actually model stuff like that? Model stuff like what, Ewok? Why would I be telling you guys about this if it didn't? When you're building at scale here, dude, yeah, of course. This first stage is absolutely massive. Look at the Kerbals walking around next to it. We're dealing with a scale that just is... Yeah, you have to come up with some pretty creative solutions to get this right, dude. I mean, the stage is monstrous, man. We're 47 meters long, which is... 47 meters is as tall as a Falcon 9 first stage is in real life. And this is KSP. We got a 14-meter diameter. That's gigantic, dude. Yeah, that's why the thing blows up on the pad, Ewok. That's... Yeah, of course it models it, dude. Fails. Explodes. So now that we have our upgrade, the struts in the position that I originally wanted, there's a potential that this invalidated testing data from last time as well, which... All right, now I gotta check something. All right, make sure that's at maximum height. All of our testing data for the day is basically invalid. I don't want it. Disregard it. It's not good data because the vehicle was not QC'd properly. That's what, and that's because I rushed at the end of last stream to try and fix this problem before vacation. Right? I rushed it. And that's why I take my time with every strut that I place, so I know, so this problem doesn't happen. Because this thing has hundreds of struts on it, because once again, we're dealing with a scale that just Kerbal really wasn't designed for. At least you caught it. Oh, yeah. Oh. That's not the... Thrust structure isn't in the right spot. Stop. Sorry I missed it, but do our engines have the same thrust as the current ones of BFR? No, this is not BFR. They're F1 engines. Half of the supports were connected. That might be causing the explosion. Yeah, that probably has a lot to do with it, dude. This is not in the correct position. Hang on. Take it horizontal again. And let's do this right. So this is a post-Apollo vehicle. Yeah, these are scaled thrust Saturn V engines. Note that the thrust limiter has 300. It's at 300%. It's basically how powerful an F1 engine would be if it was scaled to KSP. Now, I know what people are saying. Well, EJ, isn't the Mastodon basically a Saturn V first stage engine? Well, it looks like it, but the thrust output is scaled for gameplay purposes. Now, with some clever Cal controller programming, you can get around that problem. So these are F1 engines. They are scaled Kerbal F1 engine. They're pushing out with a scaled version of thrust of the real one, which is pretty damn powerful. All right, so look, see that this little seam, how it goes in? That's how I know that that's not in the right spot. So let's take this, set it to absolute. That's where it needs to be, right there. Make sure that didn't mess up any struts. Nope, it's good. All right, now let's put this thing out. And I'm going to make sure that we raise this up as high as possible, because I think you guys might be right. I think when the vehicle was getting put out, that the bottom was hitting the ground, and we know good and well that if the bottom was hitting the ground with some of the engines, those engines are attached to the aft skirt, which wasn't strutted correctly, which is causing our problem. We're making progress, or at least we hope. We got to prove it. It ain't what you know; it's what you can prove, chat. The Kraken ain't got nothing on me. I'm the streamer. I run stuff here. You just chat here. Hey, Chief, how are you? How was my vacation? It was alright. It was pretty good. It was a weird vacation, dude. I didn't really get any time to relax, because I got stranded in Las Vegas, where the wedding was. Alright. Let's try this, dude. $7.3. We're at 10 meganewtons. 15 meganewtons. 16. 19. Shift keys. I don't know why I don't disable that. Yeah, you can give me crap for that. That's fine. 24, 25, 26, up to 30 meganewtons and pushing. 31,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
34, 37, 42, 45. I don't know. Whatever. I'll figure that out later. Linux 59-month resub.
Discovery, go at throttle
Thank you.
up.
I'll use the joystick to push up the rest. $42. 43, 45, 47, 48, 52. 52 meganewtons. 53. 55. 58. We're at 60 where we were before. I'm pushing it to full power. Let's see if it breaks. I pushed it to full and it broke. Where is it gonna break? Okay. Uncheck the box. Didn't do it that time. Yeah, I don't need sticky keys. All right, cool. Thank you. I'm sorry. When you're streaming, troubleshooting makes you stupid. Not you guys, me. I have 19 Mastodons in there, Linux, that are making 300% thrust to achieve the use case for the motors that I need for this project. So, we're pushing up with a lot of power. My overclocked Mastodons can produce 3,300 kilonewtons. They're basically a scale F1 engine in terms of like mass. I mean, obviously, Linux, you know, they scaled these numbers for gameplay purposes. It's not an analog of a F1 engine. I scaled the numbers to what a scaled F1 engine would be like in the Kerbal universe. Basically taking into account about 60% of the real-life motor's thrust. 300%? How did you do that? A Cal controller. They're producing 308.99% of rated thrust. I did not edit any files. No, dude, if you open up the editor and you make a profile curve bound to the thrust limiter and then you adjust the spline to make it go off the page and then move the Cal controller, you can increase thrust output, but there are trade-offs. One, you're consuming an insane amount of fuel. Two, you run into load problems because that stresses out the Kerbal joint system, like what's going on here. That's why I'm so anal retentive about testing for load on this thing. This first stage is quite actually going to get put through the damn ringer. All right, guys, what I want to do this time around is I want to put this thing back out, but I want to disable the lower clamps. I'm going to see if we can routinely push this thing to 60 meganewtons before it explodes. But I'm also worried about what's called shock loading. If we slowly ramp up thrust, we can get up to 60 to fail. But if you pulse the engines, it might exceed 60 tons of force, and that might blow it up, which we got to be careful about. But I don't control cows, sir. Well, get the pig controller then, Bin. Jeez. I have to think of everything. Use the mod Kerbal joint reinforcement. No? Nah, Block. KJR is the easy way out. I want to show you guys what analysis means in engineering. That's the whole point. Getting a mod to address our problems is not inherently going against the teaching principles of what you need to build a rocket. The whole point is to teach you guys the process. If we just put everything out and it worked every time, guess what? That means we're over-engineering. And over-engineering is not necessarily what you need. It depends on the factor. The factor of over-engineering is the big deal. A lot of stuff is over-engineered. But how do you discern how much it gets over-engineered and how much it doesn't get over-engineered? Well, that comes from analysis and testing. In real life, this is how real rockets work, dudes. So inadvertently, because we don't have a strong enough attachment mechanism, we are replicating load in thrust and load cell principles that would be encountered on actually testing a first stage. Because what is a rocket but a bunch of parts all strutted together and bolted together? Pretty cool, huh? That was my whole intention with this project. All right, let's undo the clamps. It exploded. Factor of safety is 2 for your projects. I would like a 2 factor of safety cowbell with this thing. I would see, that's no good. That, it's random. That's no good. We don't want stuff like that. Did it hit the ground? No, I don't think it did. I'll make sure that this is all in the right spot and everything. I tell you what, if we want to be absolutely sure, we could switch to testing on the launch pad. And that way I should be able to have more leeway with how high this thing is up off the deck. There, that eliminates that possible completely. Move the clamps in the editor.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Man, no, dude, I got tricks up my sleeve for days, Trey. You don't know me. I don't need mods. I put 20,000 hours into this game with no mods. Trust me, I figured out all the tricks to overcome these problems. Are you just building the launcher or also the payload? This is the first stage, Luca. If the first stage can't stand up by itself, what makes you guys think we're going to be able to put a second stage and payload on it and not have it do that, not have it explode? That's why I'm spending so much time here. The first stage, from a structural standpoint, is the foundation of your entire vehicle. If your structure, if you're building a skyscraper and the foundation doesn't work, what makes you think the skyscraper will stay upright? Because remember, rockets are just a gigantic skyscraper that gets launched into space, right? So now, if we separate these dang clamps here and it breaks, that means we're exceeding that 60 tons of force on one of these joints and causing a problem. Watch. Didn't do it that time. Interesting. So now, let's just be sure by slowly ramping up throttles here that we can make it up to 60 meganewtons of force here without this thing croaking. $57, 58. That failed at 58 meganewtons of force, which tells me once again, there's something here that can only take about 60 tons of force before it breaks. And that tells me that that's the joint reinforcement on the fairings, which means we need to reinforce it even more. Understand? Because 60 should be good enough. That should be good enough. But I want this thing to, I want my load factor to be a little bit higher. But once again, I want to prove that this thing does that. So it's failing around 60 tons of force being pushed up on the joint with 8 struts in line. We could also, if we wanted the load factor, the compression load factor on the vehicle to be higher, we could do it. But we should be in the ballpark here. I don't want to go designing a second stage for this and then have to go back and re-engineer my first stage. That's going to be a big pain in the butt. Hey, Ikelu, 1 year resub. Thanks, buddy. Okay, sorry, I formulated the question wrong. Are you planning to build the payload eventually? Why would I build a rocket and not build the payload, dude? Why don't SpaceX just revert the Ship 36 static fire? Because SpaceX doesn't use KSP rules. They use HSP rules. Human Space Program. When you play Human Space Program, no reverts are allowed. Fun fact, I played Kerbal Space Program by HSP rules one time. I called it mission mode as opposed to engineering mode. Put it out on the test stand. If it blows up, tough. That sucks. Figure out a better way to test it next time. That ultimately was my demise, and I ended up really putting way too much stress on myself. See, here, fellas, you see what I'm talking about? Look, I separated the clamps that time and it broke. Which means that we can't really shock load the bottom of this thing without it blowing up. Only one clamp released? What does your F3 show? F3 really doesn't give me a good point of failure, Linux, because F3 doesn't show what joints failed. It only shows what parts hit other parts. A joint failure doesn't pop up like that. All right, let's get rid of the lower ones. Let's get rid of the lower ones entirely. See if this thing can just get set out and just hang there. Graham, you were talking about Starship with an electrical engineer, and he had a concern. Why make Starship and hope there's a market? Who would be a market for it? I tried to say everybody would be able to afford this. This is most likely as cheap as Falcon 9, depending on how many reuses, because fuel is what, 5 million, and they charge what, like 45 million. What is your idea on this? That is a thing called induced demand, Graham, and there are people that are engineers that work at NASA that don't believe induced demand works, which is stupid. That's a stupid way of thinking. Yes, me, with no formal engineering background, is calling that a very dumb way of thinking. What does induced demand mean? What does that mean? Let me break it down for you. Cast your mind back, and I know nobody was here for this. Cast your mind, say the year is 1903. Henry Ford comes up with this idea of taking a carriage, taking a carriage and putting an internal combustion engine on it. It's not something that hasn't been done before. Daimler, I think it was Daimler. It was Benz, the Benz motor wagon, right? Mercedes technically made the first car. Somebody in Germany came up with the idea of putting an internal combustion engine on a cart and made a motorized carriage. Henry Ford didn't invent the automobile, but he invented mass production interchangeable parts in the moving assembly line for automobiles. That made it so everyone could buy a car. No matter how much money you had, they produced so many damn cars, right, that anyone could buy one. Now, if it's 1903 and Henry Ford, you see Henry Ford driving around in his basically a go-kart, his motorized carriage. You're going to look at that and say, why do we need that? No one's going to use that. The horse and buggy works just fine. The horse and buggy is just fine. Why would we use this? But Henry Ford made more cars than there frankly were horses. Right? And he made it to the point where anyone could afford it. And then everyone has a car. And now there's billions of cars on this planet. Billions of cars have been made since then. How many people you see going to work on a horse? That argument that engineer made, that if somebody mass produces a vehicle, there's no demand for it. Well, yeah, there was no demand for cars in 1912. Cars were, because a lot of people don't know, when Ford started making vehicles, they had the Model A, they had the Model B, they had the Model C, they had the Model E, they had the Model F, they had et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they were only a one-off vehicle. They couldn't make very much because their moving assembly line hadn't been invented yet. It was only until the teens, into the 20s, so like around World War I, where Ford came up with the idea of mass producing these damn things, the moving assembly line. And that eventually made it so everyone could afford one, because it was a product for rich people at first. Does this sound familiar? It's a product for rich people. I think it was 1912 in the Piquet Assembly in Detroit. The Piquet Assembly, so Ford's plant, where he invented, him and his buddies, him and his engineers invented the moving assembly line. And then they opened the Highland Park plant in the early 19-teens, I guess. Highland Park had the first moving assembly line. And eventually they were able to make so many freaking cars and optimize the process, lower the cost of manufacturing, that they could sell these things for dirt cheap. And then the demand for the automobile soared. You can make the argument that there's no market for rockets if you want. That is objectively rooted in fiction. That is part of a mentality, Graham, that I frankly don't like. I frankly hate. Oh, well, there's no demand for it. Oh, well, I guess we'll go get fricked then. Screw us trying to make the future better, right? All right, I guess we'll just go back to, yeah, let's just do what we've been doing. Fine, sure. I don't like thinking like that. I think that's a really stupid way of thinking. That's a very counterintuitive way of thinking, because you're inadvertently sabotaging your own efforts. Right? NASA built the space shuttle. Everybody argued that there wouldn't be a market for it. And because everybody at NASA argued there wouldn't be a market for it, it doomed the program to failure. Because if the people that are controlling the program don't inherently believe in it, of course it's not going to get done right. Duh. You know, that's a frankly lukewarm and terrible opinion to have. We have something here that could potentially be the Model T of spaceflight. Now, the fun fact, that actually happened with airplanes too. You know, if we want to talk something that's more analogous with Starship, that happened with airplanes as well. Ford did it. Really weird how that works. Ford started mass producing airplanes in the 1920s called the Trimotor. And it changed the way everybody thought about building airplanes. They introduced the moving assembly line to airplanes. And Douglas and Boeing and Martin and Curtiss and Consolidated and Vought all copied that idea. Now, Ford got out of the airplane business because of the Great Recession. But the mark that they left was there. And that's how we still make airplanes to this day. And look what happened. Now, that wasn't to say that there wasn't some government seed money that accelerated the development of the assembly line and mass production of planes. No way. World War II had a lot to do with that. Sure, absolutely. And that basically is what gave the seed money for us to mass produce airplanes. And look at us now. The U.S. produces tons of airplanes. All over the place. All different shapes and all different sizes. It's a cottage industry, man. Way bigger than the rocket industry by far. But that induced demand to happen because somebody could mass produce. You crack rocketry mass production, you do the exact same thing. The demand isn't there. You induce the demand because you introduce a product that's just frankly better than everybody else's. And if you make a lot of it, you're able to do it in mass, and the other people can't compete. Tesla. Elon did that with Tesla. He copied Henry Ford's playbook to a T. Production playbook, not social issues playbook. You get what I'm trying to say. He did the same thing with Tesla. Tesla started making Model S's and Roadsters and cars that only the rich could afford, right? Only people that are well off could afford. And then they parried that into mass production and started mass producing electric cars. If there was no existing supply chain for mass producing batteries, Tesla made it themselves. Which is exactly what Henry Ford did with cars. That's why I like the River Rouge so much, because it was the first gigafactory. It's a gigafactory that's frankly 120 years old. Well, not 120. It started being built in 1925, so it's 100 years old, right? Gigafactories aren't anything new. Ford was doing that 100 years ago, but nobody's tried to replicate it like that since. And now look, Teslas are everywhere. They are everywhere. Because Elon knew and his boys knew at Tesla that the only way you're going to make EVs affordable is if you can match production rates of an internal combustion engine car to get the price far enough down. You mass produce these cars, you get the price far enough down, and then everyone can afford an EV. Pretty much like what's going on right now. Anyone can buy a Model 3, no problem. It's just like buying another car. Do you see what I'm saying? That's induced demand. Induced demand gave us the automobile industry. Frankly, before that, it gave us the train and the gun industry before that. Interchangeable parts were not something that was invented by Henry Ford. That's a product of the firearms industry. Firearms industry were the first ones to introduce interchangeable parts, and that was a huge pillar of the Industrial Revolution, right? Can you think about it? Think about it like 200 years ago. If you had a gun, like, whoa, and it's just this flintlock thing that, like, Pirates of the Caribbean style. It's like, no. That takes forever to reload. I'm going to go at you with a sword. Why do I need a gun? I have a sword, right? Now you fast forward to interchangeable parts and mass production of firearms, right? Go bring a sword to a gunfight in World War I. See what happens. See what I'm saying? Induced demand is absolutely a thing. It's something that changes the ball game when there's really no demand for it. There was no demand for an automobile. There's no roads, right? There's just dirt paths from horse and buggies, right? Now look at us. We have highways everywhere. It doesn't matter the country. There's roads all over the place. Trains before that. And if you're in Europe, barges before that. And then guns before that. Induced demand's absolutely a thing that happens. And it's so funny that we draw the line at spacecraft. I don't think that is Like, oh, well, here's where we draw the line. You'll never be able to do that with a spacecraft. Oh, yeah, just like we were never able to do it with planes. Oh, yeah, just like we were never be able to do it with cars before that. Oh, yeah, just like we'd never be able to do it with trains before that. Do you know why Henry Ford picked Detroit? Do you know why he picked Detroit to make automobiles in the first place? He picked Detroit because Detroit had a huge industry around building railroad cars. The industrial base was already there. Induced demand is not necessarily a bad thing. That's something that, it's easy to doubt, before it happens. But that's progress, baby. That's how we got to this position. That's how we got to the point where I'm sitting in this room with 4 walls and an enclosed thing talking to you on a computer. Because guess what? Some guys in the 70s came along, right? Some guys in the 70s came along and figured out a way to be able to build computers in their friggin' garage so everyone could afford one. Really weird, huh? Now look at what happened. You could argue that in 1975, no one needs a computer in their house. Now we carry one around with us. This is a graphing calculator. My phone's over here. Now we carry one around with us. You don't need a computer. You don't need a computer to carry around with you to live, but in this day and age, yes, you do. Who are you talking to? There isn't anybody here. Does that make sense, Graham? That is a mentality that I think is, once again, it's a very easy position to have. That's a very easy thing to say. And that kind of inherently cynical attitude towards us, I think, is the reason why we're in the position that we're in on the whole. We stifle ideas because, oh, that's never going to work. And I think that's stupid. That's a stupid way of thinking. Objectively, look at the hardware with Starship. You don't think that something good is going to come of this? Are you that's what I mean. Are you out of your mind? What are you, crazy? Now here comes the moving assembly line to Starship. Exactly, Trey. Why, I said this already at the beginning of the stream. Why do you guys think SpaceX doesn't want to take their foot off the gas pedal? Great, Ship 36 exploded. Big whoop. Rebuild the stupid test stand. Or you guys are saying something about putting a transport stand on top of the pad. Sure, do that. You can't stop the production. Stopping the production and stopping your assembly lines with the Starship program is just as bad as a RUD. Because the factory and mass production and being the first person to introduce a moving assembly line into rocket production is so ridiculously important to the Starship program, it literally hinges on that. If you can't mass produce Starships for these crazy refueling missions that SpaceX needs to do to get to the moon, to get to Mars, you're screwed. You have to pioneer rapid reuse and you have to pioneer mass production of vehicles. If you don't do that, Starship program fails miserably. If the factory stops, you failed. Simple as that. Just like any other assembly line. That's why after the Ship 36 failure, even after Flight 7, Flight 8, and Flight 9, I was like, people are like, oh, I think SpaceX needs to stop. No, they need to go faster. Actually, you need to go faster. Because the only way that you get to induce demand with Starship and getting the price down to the point where you and I could afford launching something into space on a Starship is induced demand. That's the only way to do it. You have to fly more than everybody else. You have to produce more than everybody else. Look at Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is already starting to reap the benefits of induced demand. Everybody, when Falcon 9 first started being reused 10 years ago, said that there's no market for this. Of course there's no market for it. You have to make the market for it. Starlink. But in the meantime, look at all of the missions that that Falcon 9 has frankly stolen from other competitors just because the price is so much lower than everybody else. No company that's publicly traded in their right mind would look at any other rocket and be like, yes, I don't want to save $20 million by launching on a Falcon 9 competitor. That's ridiculous, right? You're already starting to see the benefits of induced demand. That's why, for instance, Falcon 9 launches OneWeb satellites, and soon Falcon 9 will be launching Project Kuiper satellites. They're competitors. That's induced demand. That's what needs to be done. If we don't get to that point, you and I ain't retiring on the moon. Let me put it that way. Well, you might, not me. Hey, Dr. Chris, thank you for the raid. And then Red Panda had a raid in there too a little while ago. So is there a limit to the scale? Why would there be well, the limit to your scale, Graham, is how much your factory can produce. Why do you think SpaceX is building factories all over the place? There's got to be a theoretical maximum that Star Factory can crank out, right? So what do? Do you try to make your factory bigger when you get to the maximum throughput? No, you build another factory. What do we see happening on Roberts Road at the Cape? Another factory is getting made. That's what I mean, dudes. People don't realize what the scope is of this project. One RUD is nothing compared to the scale that we don't see of this project. And I always like to explain it just in case people, you know, and Graham, you kind of gave me an easy layup for explaining it, but I always try to tell people about this. Oh, SpaceX had 4 RUDs in a row. So what? Who cares? That is an inconsequential amount of failure compared to the scope of the project. It really is. Like, I don't give a frick what anybody says. They go, people like, oh, Block 2 is a failure. Oh, Block 2 is a failure. Guys, you... that is nothing. It's nothing. They've already figured out how to fix it. That's what Block 3 is. Why do you think they're going ham on Block 3? You guys said it yourself. We already saw Ship 44 parts floating around on Starbase Live. Ship 44. That's... the last one that blew up was 36. That's 8 ships into the future. Think about that. It's crazy, dude. I wouldn't bet against SpaceX. That would be a really stupid thing to do. And Graham, that's what I mean. Oh, there's no demand. Bro, you're treating the Starship program like the shuttle program or the Apollo program. Think, you know, reducing it to like, oh, they're not going to be able to fly on the rate that Apollo or the rate that the shuttle did. Dude, they've in the past 3 years, they've flown almost 10 times. Which pretty much beats the like mean average of shuttle launches and Saturn V launches throughout the course of their programs. You know, I mean, of course, the programs are different periods of time, but if you adjust it to be like somewhat, I would say per capita, but that's not really the right way to say that. Starship has already achieved a flight rate that is on par with the busiest times of the shuttle program, more or less. Just saying. So yeah, you know, people are saying like, you know, oh, you know, there's no demand for Starship. There's no demand for Starship. Those are the people that in 1905 said there's no demand for a car, or the people in the 1920s that said, oh, flying is just a luxury of the rich. That'll never be something that you and I can do. Now, once again, I will concede with airplanes, right? I will concede that with airplanes, the capital infusion from World War II had a lot to do with maturing that technology a lot quicker, right? Basically, Uncle Sam has deep pockets. Elon has deep pockets. Not as deep as Uncle Sam's, but I'm pretty sure the Starship program is being funded at a higher rate than NASA at this point. So his pockets are deep enough. They're deep enough to facilitate the production of this entire program. Similar to the capital infusion that airline manufacturers had from contracts to build factories and mass produce planes during World War II. Because this is a once in a lifetime thing, man. Not even a once in a lifetime thing. This is a once in a generation thing. Well, even more than that. There's nothing like this. Starship is unprecedented. What it's supposed to do, because we're in this very unique scenario where someone can keep indefinitely funding and maturing rocket technology to the point where it could be theoretically as expensive as an airplane, which is absurd. Ford made 1/3 of all bombers in World War II, if you recall correctly. Ford Motor Company manufactured 6,700 B-24s in 2 years. 43 to 45, technically. Halfway through 45. So 2.5 years, they produced 6,700 bombers. That, out of the 10,000 B-24s that were produced, they produced 2/3 of them in 2.5 years. Crazy, right? At peak production at Willow Run in Ypsilanti, Michigan, a B-24 was rolling off the assembly line every couple of minutes. Minutes for an airplane. That's what Starship is trying to do. I don't think Starship is going to get to Willow Run production, but they're going to get to like 737 production rates or A320neo production rates, which is good enough for a spaceship. That's fine. That is well and okay. That's very good. That's what I mean. People that are focusing on the micro testing of Starship. Oh, Ship 36 exploded on the test stand. Oh, Flight 7 had resonance problems. Flight 8 had a leak. Flight 9 had a leak. People that are focusing on that and kind of like tunnel visioning those things and thinking that is an end-all be-all for like how the Starship program is going, honestly have no idea what they're talking about. They're not taking a step back and looking at the big picture. And now, once again, that's not to say that people are ignorant of this. I think this really, Graham, this really comes from people looking at the past space programs. So you are really measuring SpaceX's rate of success comparatively to like the shuttle, comparatively to like Saturn V, comparatively to the Gemini program or Mercury programs, right? And in any one of those programs, an explosion is very bad, right? But since SpaceX's stakeholder expectations, systems engineering, their systems engineering construct and stakeholder expectations for said systems engineering is so ridiculously different. This is a radically different program, okay? It's so ridiculously different from anybody else's stuff, right? That trying to judge it by looking at the rate of criteria for success for a past NASA endeavor, like the shuttle program, for instance, is a fundamentally flawed way of looking at it. That is not what the Starship program is. You are quite actually comparing, you know, okay, let me give you an example. To go back to my car analogy, you are quite actually comparing a Benz motor wagon to a Model T. You're comparing that to that. Those are two different things, man. These are way too different things. Okay? Two way different vehicles. Are they both cars? Sure, absolutely. Benz made this to prove that you could, to prove that it would work. And it's funny because it has a tiller wheel. They made that to prove that it could be done. This is what revolutionized the automotive industry, not that. Sorry, Germans. It's a great design. Seriously, for 1898, that's really good. Everybody makes cars like this nowadays. No one makes cars like one-off things like that unless it's a luxury brand, in which case only rich people can afford it. Anybody wants to make something that has induced demand, basically make a lot of them and mass produce them so it, you know, you get the price down lower than everybody else so a lot of people can buy them, build stuff like a Model T on a moving assembly line. Every auto manufacturer does this. Well, there's Aqualex, there's a reason why the Model T carries the T designation and not the A designation. Because Ford went through a lot of iterative designs to make the moving assembly line work. Not a lot of people realize that there was a Model A, Model B, Model C, Model D, Model E, Model F, Model G, leading up to the Model T. Not a lot of people know that. Ford had to rapidly iterate on their design, and Ford did that in the Piquette Assembly in downtown Detroit. If people really want to know, it's a museum. You can go see it. You can see the room where the moving assembly line was thought up. And it was thought up through rapid iteration of automobile design. I can point it out to you. It's right out here somewhere. So here's Detroit. There's a reason why I like Detroit a lot, guys, and it's not just because my wife's from there, okay? Even though that's a big one, that has a lot to do with it. The reason why I like Detroit is because our modern civilization was invented here. Everything's made on an assembly line now, from hamburgers to freaking cars to airplanes, computers. Everything's built on a moving assembly line. That's Highland Park right there. That's where the first moving assembly line was implemented. That's Ford's old plant right there. Piquette is down here a little ways. There it is. Right there. This building. That's the site of the Piquette Assembly. In the second floor office, right there is where the moving assembly line was invented. our entire civilization depended on what was thought up in that room right there. Crazy, right? That's why I like Detroit so much. I mean, one of the reasons. And my wife's from there. Pretty cool, huh? So, Graham, to answer your question in a lot, that was the really long answer. To sum that up, saying that Starship is going to fail because there's no demand for a market is incredibly tone deaf to how our civilization works. Yeah, that is a really weird way of looking at that, because those are the type of people that said that airplanes would never be able to, no one would be able to ever afford an airplane except for the rich. No one would ever be able to afford a car but rich people. No one would ever be able to afford to have their own train but rich people. I mean, that one's kind of true, but for different reasons, because we got the car. No one's ever going to be able to just buy a firearm, because we can't produce them fast enough. That's bull crap. That is inherently against the progress of humans as a civilization. That is a really interesting way of looking at things for an engineer. That point of view is rooted in cynicism. And cynicism doesn't get you anywhere with the space program. You have to be optimistic, and you have to be confident that what you're doing is going to work. If you aren't, guess what? It's not going to work. Weird. Weird how that works. Anyway. Jen, so on the 26th, 27th of July, Copenhagen suborbitals. Oh, dude. Nice. Are planning static test fire of our LN2 evaporator engine, a small rocket engine. I hope you're around for a small stream commentary. We'll be live streaming the Cobb Sub YouTube channel. Jens, you give me permission to restream it, I will restream it. EJ speed dating. So you're from Detroit? Mom Spaghetti is made in Detroit. Mom Spaghetti is made in Detroit, baby. Hell yeah. You want to hear something else funny about World War II? About World War II production. I saw a commercial on the television the other day, dudes, about Jeeps. And it was a Jeep commercial that was like, Jeep is the most American vehicle ever. We fought in World War II. The Jeep was a staple of World War II. We fight for America, blah, blah. You know, Ford made more Jeeps than Jeep during World War II? Not a lot of people know that. Seriously, Jeep had trouble scaling. They could not build Jeeps to the demand that was needed for World War II. So guess what? The U.S. nationalized the GPW design and gave it to Henry Ford to produce. Ford made more Jeeps than Jeep during World War II. Go look this up. It's absolutely a thing. If you see an old World War II Jeep driving around, it's probably not a Jeep. It's a Ford GPW. Yet we see Jeep going out like, oh yeah, we're the most patriotic vehicle ever. Yeah, dude, yeah, exactly. When the time came for you to be patriotic, you couldn't do it. You had to have Ford do it for you. Weird, huh? Huh, that's strange. Can you interview the pressure feed astronaut? Who the hell is that? I don't know who that is. He has many of the opposite opinions about what you said, and he's an aerospace engineer in Houston. That's actually backward. It was nationalized from the start, designing competition between three manufacturers. Yeah, Toothless, if you want to split hairs, sure. But Ford didn't want to make Jeeps. Ford ended up making Jeeps because the three manufacturers couldn't do it. I believe it was Kaiser, Nash, and Jeep. I think. I could be pulling that one completely out of my tail. But yes, you're right. That's not really pertinent to what I'm saying. Ford didn't enter this competition because Henry Ford hated Jeep for some reason. I don't know why. Pressure-fed astronaut. This is a dude with 3,700 subscribers on YouTube. Jeep wasn't a brand then, it was Kaiser. Yeah. Toothless. Anyway, Ford ended up making more Jeeps than Jeep, which I think is really funny. Remember when Copenhagen suborbital first began back when KSP was new? Yes. Hey, Levon, what's going on? You were gone for a long time, relatively long time. I take a vacation every 6 months, Lev. I just detox from streaming. It's a good way to just reset and avoid burnout, dude. Honestly, if I was going to burn out on this, it would have happened already. Dude, I've been doing it for 10 years. I'm pretty sure that's a good trial for, use case against burnout. But anyway, just everyone else's parts, cheap. Oh yeah, that guy. He's another one of those people that hate Starship no matter what. Dude, I don't understand these people, dudes. I don't get it. I get it. People might not like Starship because they don't like Elon or whatever. Sure. But yeah, I'll concede that's fair, but honestly, I left all my gem cough drops out here and they got all sticky and gross. They're all sticky and disgusting. The point that I'm trying to make is that even if you have criticism, so say somebody has objective criticisms of the Starship program, that's fair. But you got to remember, when you bring a criticism to the table with Starship, you have to demonstrate a fundamental understanding of the stakeholder expectations and systems engineering of this program. And a lot of people don't do that. I don't understand why they don't do that. Once again, that goes back to what I'm saying. They judge the Starship program like it's another rocket program, like it's the Saturn V or the shuttle. I don't understand why you do that. Why would you do that? SpaceX doesn't test like NASA does. So why would you hold them to NASA testing standards? That's a very strange thing to do, in my mind. And it's to the point where there are people with engineering degrees that don't understand this. Am I missing something, or am I just being hopelessly optimistic? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Maybe they're right. They're maybe engineers, who knows? What would cause my pitch control to only pitch down in KSP? Is it a glitch or just reaction wheels fighting each other? Let me see your design. Gee, if I'm right, there's people who hated the shuttle back in the day. There's always hate. Yeah, I disagree, Jay. My opinion is right because I'm always right. Yeah, there you go, Drew. Exactly. I don't know. I thought it would be good discussion. I suppose, dude, but I don't like Elon. I love SpaceX and Starship. Well, there you go, Dodo. That's fine. You could separate the two. You possess the mental capacity to do that. I appreciate you. Thank you. That's fair. Totally fair. Right? Like, but what I don't understand is that even the people that can separate it, they judge the Starship like it's being like SpaceX tests like NASA does. They don't. They objectively don't. NASA would never do the suborbital hop program that SpaceX did. Maybe NASA in the 60s would. Not NASA now. They don't test that way. The testing regimes are fundamentally different. Once again, you're comparing the Model T, not you, but they're comparing the Model T to the Daimler-Benz to the Benz motor wagon. You can't, those aren't the same thing. Yes, they're both cars, but that's not the same thing. The objective reality in which those vehicles manifested themselves are completely different. Yes, they're both cars, sure. But understanding what the Model T did for cars and what the Benz motor wagon did for cars is two different things. I just think that's really weird, man. Aqualex, I think people use NASA as the gold standard for human safety. Yeah, the NASA that had their heat shield fail on the last test flight of Orion and then want to put people on board because I'm pretty sure it's safe. Yeah, that NASA, sure. Now, Aqualex, one additional bit of thought before we go back to testing. One additional thing. I see other people. I see this a lot. People making the argument that NASA needs to exist and that SpaceX is a threat inadvertently to NASA because of this. Like, I would agree with that. You guys know where I stand on this. I want NASA to be doing everything that SpaceX is and then some. Where's NASA's reusable rocket? Where is it? Where's NASA's reusable second stage? Oh, wait, they had one for 30 years and then decided they didn't want to use it because turns out when you operate your space plane not like an airplane, it doesn't work very well. That's really weird. There's nothing wrong with wanting NASA to have a healthy and robust space program and wanting SpaceX to have a healthy and robust program. I mean, going back to that Jeep analogy, Jeep still made Jeeps, but Ford made a lot more Jeeps. Does that mean, oh no, you know, Ford made all the Jeeps. That means Jeep won't be able to make Jeeps. And we, you know, like, no, you're not, like, that is a fundamentally flawed thing because the point of Ford making more Jeeps was to have more Jeeps for the war effort. Okay? That was the whole point. The whole point of Ford making B-24s was because who made the B-24? Consolidated couldn't make them fast enough. You know, that's not a threat to Consolidated's business. That's because you needed more for an overarching effort here, right? More rockets are going to help us explore the universe better. Okay? I don't care where they come from. Just because SpaceX wants to crank out a Starship like every couple of days, and NASA wants to still do, you know, the infrequent launch but high science yield reward from their missions, doesn't mean that they're at odds with each other. And people pretend like they are. They're not. You're comparing two different things again. See what I mean? And Oculus, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just thought that, you know, you kind of gave me the layup for me to say this, you know? I don't know, dudes. Yeah, that's right. It goes in the Jeep hole. I think they think the same way as the people in the 90s. If the ship exploded, it's a senseless waste of money. And Levin, that is a fundamentally misunderstood thing. Like, Jens, I got your messages, dude. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'm more than welcome to restream. Oh, dude, we'll do it. I'll restream Cop Sub all day. You guys are the best. All right, man. We'll be in touch. Hell yeah. I got your DM. Nice. How many ships have they made that they've scrapped at this point? 20 more? Yeah, something like that. It's the same. That's why Lockheed and Endural don't see each other as competition in the cruise missile market. Bingo. Because in this day and age, having a big stockpile of munitions is probably a better thing to have than not. And, you know, I know that if you've been listening, my impetus is that World War II has accelerated production. That isn't supposed to imply that a war will accelerate Starship production. I mean, it probably would. But the point is that large amounts of capital infusion are required to get lots of rockets, right? Look at NASA. It's an expensive business. But we're in a scenario where we don't need a war to make Starship a viable thing. Because Elon has deep pockets. You can say whatever you want about that guy. He can fund. Starlink is just indefinitely funding the Starship program. So SpaceX has deep pockets. They have, like, they can keep the Starship program going until it works. Which, once again, I don't think people get that. That's really important to understand, that we're in a scenario where we don't have to worry about somebody pulling the rug out from under you with the budget like NASA does. Also, yep, DCX and VentureStar. Gonna watch the VOD and take a shot every time you say fundamentally. I wouldn't. Christoph, you might need to have your stomach pumped after that. Fundamentally needing your stomach pumped. Fundamentally stomach pumping. Fundamentumping. Well, the Department of Defense is looking at a Starship as a faster C5. Yeah, you're right, but that's not necessarily going to be the capital infusion that's going to accelerate the program, like the ridiculous cost-plus contracts that were given out during World War II to build an insane amount of vehicles. I'm pretty sure I heard something about KSP-2 being fully funded too soon. It is too soon, warp space, and enshittification. We're not even close to enshittification happening with space flight. So that would argue that we're not there yet. You have a fundamental misunderstanding of how many shots you can take. I know exactly how many shots I can take, Thousand. You're the ones that are trying to take shots every time I say fundamentally. I learned a new word today. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Googleplex. Okay, I'm going to get back to work. Something like that, Grim. For every one starship that fails, 2 starships will take its place. All right. I want to point out, guys, that I'm not just using big words for the sake of using big words. When I mean fundamentally, I mean it. I've been using that word a lot because that demonstrates a misunderstanding at the lowest level of understanding. I'm using that word in a very actual sense of that term. I'm not just using it to put big words in there. People saying 4 failures for SpaceX that's terrible. That's terrible. Do not understand at a elementary level what the Starship program is doing. I used elementary instead of fundamentally. Yeah. Pancreatitis. Constantinople. Timbuktu. Egalitarianism. More big words? More big words? Forensic incompetence. That's 2 words. Whatever. Hip hop anonymous? Elementary. Elementary school. Anyway, let's go. Thanks again for once again an amazing stream for the Upgoer community. Enjoy Monday. Thanks, man. Right on. All right, let's see if this works. Okay. We're looking for, where we last left off, we were looking for a failure point around 60 meganewtons, just to make sure that this thing does the same thing every time. Carlo Len Fairpig Everyone's like, Welsh mentioned. That's a proper noun. That's not a word. It's the name of a city in Wales. All right. 50 meganewtons. 58. 59, 60, 62, 63, 67, 67. We're at full power, 75 meganewtons. Send it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, the clamp release broke it. Holy crap. Not all the... One clamp took a longer time to release and actually broke the thing. Holy crap. But dude, we got up to full power that time. That was pretty good, man. How about psychophysiotherapeutics? Physiotherapeutic. Bless you. Kyron, 4113 sub. That was beast, man. 75 meganewtons from a Kerbal rocket is pretty damn impressive. Is this with the structural reinforcements that we put on? It is. Huh. Interesting. All right, we're gonna try another test here. I'm gonna put the motors at max power, and we're gonna see if it goes. It should blow up if we shock fire all engines at the same time without releasing the clamps. What we really need to look for is where the heck this fails, and that will tell us where we need to reinforce the structure. Yeah, we need to make our own launch mounts. All right, this one's probably going to pop. Try with only 2 clamps, Trey? Nah. Okay, set power to maximum. Okay, well it's hanging. Ready? Oh my god. That's definitely gonna plop. Fuel tanks. Okay, well let's take a look. Tank wall 1 separated from 2. And we saw the fuel tanks start to freak out. The fuel tanks are connected to this, which tells me tank wall 1 to tank wall 2. So my stage is made out of 2 fairings. The body of it is 2 fairings. Wrong way. It's supposed to go up. Don't worry about it. You can't park there. Interesting. All right. So we had 8x symmetry for the struts on the upper part of the thrust skirt. So I'm going to do 8 times symmetry on the struts. And we're going to put them right there. But that's not their final attachment place. Final attachment place is going to be over here. Out here like that. 95, 95, 95, 95. And I'm going to gizmo this strut out here to put it in line with the reinforcement struts that we already had. That should complete our structural reinforcement, unless we wanted to get tricky with this again. Gotta adjust the camera. I need to see that cubic octag. What is that connected to? Oh, I see what I did. Alright. Hello, Jay. I can't play Kerbal right now, so I'm enjoying vicariously through you. Alright, Jonas, what's up? You think building it like a CBM, the CBM you built for your ISS would alleviate these problems? A hard point? I mean, maybe. Acrolex, are you saying like some type of same vessel interaction between fairing plates and structural components to hold the thing together so it couples correctly under load? Will you be making a launch pad for this? What? I'm sorry, what? Hey James, what's going on? Play Metallica for background music. I don't feel like losing my job today, Astro, so I'm not doing that. Now you transfer the load to the fairing using SVI. Lars Ulrich will come. He'll come and try to punch you in the scrotum. He needs another golden pool, don't you know? Yeah, that's right. No one's gonna fire you for listening to Winger. It's only 1,700 tons. 1,700 tons. I want to see what the reinforcement that I just did is going to do to see if it fixes it. I had an idea. What if you added bracing to distribute the force to the outer tank? I already have that, dude. We might need to double it up. I assume those noises mean no launch pad. I would love to build a pad for this thing, fellas. The problem is if you're building a pad, that means you have the means to move one of these things around. How are we doing that? How we? It would all closely mimic how spacecraft structures work. All right, we're gonna try to shock load it again. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Hold on to your butts. Oh. Center tanks. See them? Interesting. It didn't blow up on initial structural failure on the linkage between S4512 and the engine. Huh. Hey, J-Speed. I know last time it worked without fairings. We're rooting out where the weak point is, J-Speed. What I just saw was very telling. So guys, in mechanics, okay, there's this saying that gets thrown around in the car with cars a lot, particularly in the application of drivetrains or stuff that moves. Torque finds the weakest link. So that test was very different. That was a very different failure than what we had before. It took the thrust load of it. The fuel tanks did not. What we have here is failure to hold together. Some men just can't be reached. So that was a failure with the fuel tank to the engine plate. If we reinforce that, we might be able to solve this. What we have here is failure to communicate. So here, let me increase the strength of that by strutting it. I'll just put in some testing struts to help the attachment between these things. So let's do that. Let's attach it top and bottom there. Because I've noticed on the past couple of tests that these fuel tanks are kind of bowing out. Which is it's a very interesting failure. We also got to make sure that the fuel tanks kind of stay triangulated over each other. So the other thing I'm going to do is in 6x symmetry, I'm going to put a crossbar right here. We're going to put a huge cross beam here. Cross beam NG drive. So I think we reinforced the plates. We've reinforced all the plates down here to where they need to be, right? That's still not straight. I hate the VAB camera. Okay, she's aligned. There we go. All right, so that's some bracing to hold the tanks together down at the bottom. And that, coupled with my engine plate reinforcement, you know what, dudes? Hold off on the engine plate reinforcement. I think keeping the tanks nice and centered down here with that big crossbar actually might be the solution here, now that I'm really thinking about it. After this test, tried deleting the fairing again. No? Still not straight. Top dead things my parents said after sending me to conversion camp. Jesus, Coleman. What the hell? I didn't see that coming. You threw me for a little curveball there. Oh my goodness. I didn't see that coming. I walked right into that one. That was pretty funny, man. All right, that's on me. That was pretty good. That's not where I thought you were going with that, man, to be honest. All right, ready? Let's watch. Watch the fuel tanks. All right, ready? Immediate failure. See the tanks? That was a different failure than we encountered before. Survive! Oh, the docking port survived. Maybe the same structure on top of the rocket as well. You have struts connected from the bottom of the fairing to the bottom of the tank, right? Yeah. Yeah, I have a tri-strut thrust structure here. All right, let's try those. Curious to see if that actually holds it. Try strutting the actual fairing housing instead of just the plate. Try strutting to the actual fairing housing instead of just the plate. Fairing housing. What is the fairing housing? The fairing shape? What am I strutting from? You want tanks to fairing shape. That's already been strutted, dude. Thinking, dudes. Thinking. Alright, let's... Ready? What breaks here? What's going on? Why does it break on separation? S3 S4 adapter tank collided into... You didn't shock load this one. I understand that, but... You're not, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something completely different. All the clamps are not releasing, it looks like. I want to see something here. All in one action group. Ready? Well then. Imagine seeing something like that in real. Well, we do with super heavy, but this thing is a little bit bigger than super heavy, though. You have to come down on the frigging pipe? Man, that pipe would be totally gone in real life. There'd be nothing there. There'd be a big hole in the ground. Firmly grasp it. Firmly grasp it! Something broke. Oh boy. This is gonna... Huh. Currently in Toronto and very homesick. Watching your streams make me feel like I'm back home. No problem, dude. Thanks for watching. Yeah, Aqualex, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. Releasing the clamps at 75 meganewtons pushing up on the rocket is basically like hitting the inner stage with a wrecking ball. That's why it's blowing up. So it's very clear that we have load limits. Now, my question is, how do these load limits transfer over? You know? How will these transfer over to a stage being up there? How do we know that's not going to happen when we go to send the rocket, you know? What I was planning on doing, you were saying using structure. What I was planning on doing is using structure on the inner stage to overcome that problem. What's the TWR? Like 5 with no upper stage on it, John? It's pretty crazy. Thanks for coming back. It was a very long week. People missed you. Oh, no problem, man. Well, that makes me feel a little better. Are we doing space news? Oh, it's 5 o'clock. I did a lot of talking about space and stuff a second ago, dude, so let's just go a little bit further, dude. Just help us get back in the groove. You know? I'd like to play more KSP. I mean, we can fix that problem by putting more struts up here. I'm gonna try putting a similar intermediate strut up here. What I'm worried about though, dudes, is that I'm kind of guessing at this point, and I don't like rapidly prototyping on this file when we have a different master file, but that's okay. So you put that through there on a physics-less part like that, and then run a strut like this all the way up, bypassing that design, or bypassing the engine plate that's holding the tanks in place. All right, let's see if we reinforced from tank section 1 to the interstage. Let's see if that solves our problem here. God, we just decided that I'm just gonna. I did a lot of talking during this Kerbal playthrough, dude. Let me let's game it out here for a little. Oh wait, no, that's a YouTube channel. Let's play a little bit more. Seeing my favorite NSF employee playing KSP is one of the nicest things. Thanks, Astrophysics. I'm glad you like it, dude. I was a Kerbal player way before I was a spaceflight commentator, dude. I have about 20,000 hours in KSP, dude. Man, when you say that out loud, that's ridiculous. But yeah, I'm pretty damn good at this game. We haven't heard you talk for 7 days. You're good, bro. Never would have guessed. Yeah, I know, right, Linux? All right, ready?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Come on, baby, fire! Now it's gonna blow up. If it pauses right at ignition. Oh, we got an inner engine. We got the inner engine's ignited. Hope vacay was good. It was all right, Blitz.
Go at throttle up.
I wanted to use this vacation to just sit back and relax and just chill for a little while, and I ended up doing none of that. 16.1 was the first version of KSP I ever played, Dan. August 2012, I think. Did you work on the Coronet? I really only had 1 day to do it, and I worked on it a little bit yesterday, Hillness, getting that rear bracket straight. I also started doing some work on the rear fascia and valance, and guys, I got bad news. I don't think the rear fascia might not be savable, which sucks, but it's all right. I'll still try to save it, but it might not be. All right, let's try a thrust ramp. Let's try a slow and steady thrust ramp here. I think I can save it. We'll definitely try, but we might not. In which case, figure it out. At least it's a part that you can buy. Yep. Yep. Yeah, we can. I'm new to KSP, still not visited another planet, so glad to watch you play and learning from you. Right on, Astrophysics. Vehicle design, systems engineering is really what makes me happy in KSP. Like, you won't see me flying into space as much as other, like, KSP streamers and YouTubers, but I focus on vehicle design because this is a beast mode of a vehicle. So you said I have plenty of time to send you the custom Quad V decals. Yep. Do I have reusable rockets? Yeah. I think we're gonna need a revision for 95. Yeah, this is gonna have to do another revision. My original idea at the end of the last stream was to take the thrust skirt, put the thrust skirt back in the main line, the main line thrust, and not have it on an interstage node. Have you seen the F1 movie? No. I have watched paint dry, though. It's comparable. It's not. I was just making a joke. I haven't seen it. I don't know. Are you not interested in F1? No. No, that has nothing to do with it. I was just making a joke. No, guys, I'm an F1 fan. Yeah, I've been an F1 fan for an extremely long time. I've been a Ferrari F1 fan for an extremely long time. Forgive me for having a somewhat jaded view of the sport. Have you seen the flame trench from last week? Someone sent a super chat for a firework in your honor. I don't know. Enjoy the British Grand Prix. I have not watched it, and yeah, it's already been spoiled for me. So, guys, I would like to build this, homies. We can talk about this later if you want. I'm thinking here how this is gonna go together. Like, having trouble focusing. Yeah, Zeppelin, something like that. I totally lost my train of thought, dude. Sorry. Yeah. That's on me. I had an idea in my head and it's gone. Yeah. No, Big Pooh, it's all good, man. It's not just you guys. I usually can tune out chat. Yeah, it's not just you. Don't worry about it. Thank you for apologizing. But it's all good. It's not just you, man. We're good. Yeah, James, I am a Ferrari fan. Yep. No. The guys, what we got to do is redesign it. We have to redesign. This design doesn't work. It's close, and we can use what we learned from this, but it's not good enough. Even the revision 3 was something that I did quick, and it's very clear that I forgot struts. So really what I want to do is that. I want to get rid of this, and I want to see what our reinforcement in here looks like. So let me go and take a look. And once again, there's those missing struts that are an 8x sim. That was a huge thing. And then there's the engine plate. And we're carrying an intermediate through the engine plate. An intermediate strut. See that? Happy belated birthday. Thanks, man. Some of these struts aren't perfectly straight. I did the R3 design very fast, and I missed a lot of stuff. Like that. That was something that we found in testing that wasn't right, and that invalidated a good amount of testing because that strut wasn't run correctly. And I didn't run it again correctly. See, that one's an 8x, and the rest of these were in 6x symmetry. Oh, jeez, man. What am I doing? Wow. It's pretty bad. Yeah, see, I rushed all this. There's no way this is... Okay, let me talk it out. You know, basically I want to start over. Redo the intermediate, these structural pieces, get rid of them for now. Just dump them for a second. I will redo the thrust structure on this stuff here. There was only one strut on those, and there was two on the other. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it looks like in my rush, guys, to finish this before vacation, I missed a lot. There was a lot of struts that I missed. Wow. That's pretty bad. Are we doing space news? Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm getting frustrated because I can't keep my train of thought. All of a sudden. Perhaps a short break. Something smooth is fast. I'm sorry, it's getting toasty in here again, dude. No, I'm good on food. I had a good breakfast. Yeah, let me just go run outside real quick. I'll try to find some of that grass stuff. Just this isn't going to be a long break like normal. Just bear with me here. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go run around and be like for a second. And I'm also going to change my shirt because this one is... Yeah, I'll be back in a moment. Let's go. Welcome back. Thank you. These epic KSP builds are really fun to watch and come together, especially when they have explosions thrown in. Wouldn't be a KSP build if we didn't. What's the name of the new chair? It's a secret lab. I don't know. Actually, I think its name is Titan. Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty good chair, Linux, for sure.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is there a hot staging ring or a push off then start second stage ignition? Not hot stage, standard staging with ullage motors. Welcome back from vacation, just popping in real quick to say hi, I got things to do. Hi. Bye. All right. All right. Now I'm thinking. All right, so my plans at the end of the last stream that we did were to take this out of the thrust structure. I'm not entirely sure that that's the issue here, to be 100% honest. There are some things that I do want to try, though, that I think have something to do with what's going on. Now, what does that mean in plain English? Well, remember, I was talking about the fairing seams problem. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Get rid of those struts just for a moment, and then we'll get rid of those. That's the inner ring. Now, the outer ring of struts, I want to get rid of those for a second as well. Now, the first thing, the first problem that we had that I wanted to address was taking this. That is not in my primary load path. The aft skirt is attached on an inner stage node on the back fairing. I do think that that's still a problem, so here's what we're doing. Get rid of it. Just for a second, though. If we don't attach it on the inner stage node, this is going to need to be attached on the inner stage node. That's fine. Okay, fine. It's attached on the inner stage node. It's good. In no respect, I tell you. Now, let's attach that back, like that, with its engines, and move them back into position. This puts the aft skirt in the direct load path of the entire vehicle. So that means that the game is reading the aft skirt as the aft skirt. Now, it should structurally work exactly the same. Or, no, it shouldn't work structurally exactly the same. It should be a little bit... We should have solved our structural problems down the bottom that way. Any thrust structure issues shouldn't be that big of a problem. Because that's the bottom of the vehicle. So those engines that are highlighted are pushing on the bottom of the vehicle. And the inner 7 engines are pushing on the inner tank. Or the tank structure. They're pushing on that fairing right there. That should help disperse our load a little bit better. What do I think about Honda? What do you mean, Carrot? The car company? Or you... Oh, you're talking about the rocket that they made, huh? Yeah, that's really cool. That's a great demonstrator, but that's a long way off from building something even like New Shepard, dude. That's a suborbital hop vehicle. Good vehicle, though. It's super cool. Very stable for a first attempt. If that's what you're asking. Is that what you're asking? All right. Now, the next thing that we got to figure out move the fan in from the garage if it will help cool you off. I'm good. I have a fan blowing on me right now. It's just a smaller fan that doesn't buff it out the mic. Okay. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. So if you look, this fairing is 6-sided, and then tank 2 is also 6-sided. But you see how the seams line up with each other? So, i.e., if there's a seam right here, right, and then there's a seam right there, and the seams line up. My theory here, based off of what I saw, is fairing seams don't play nice next to other fairing seams. So, what I'm going to try to do is take my second tank wall. Actually, no. Take the first one. And I'm going to rotate that. So the seams are offset. We should rotate it by 30 degrees, and that should offset that. Now, take the second one and rotate the second one back to upright. Now what that does is have the seams of the fairings don't line up at all. They're kind of, the seams are staggered on the fairings like bricks. And, well, the seams for the cover are still not exactly aligned. But if I make that 4 segment, we'd have to rotate the aft skirt here. There. Okay. Now none of the fairing seams line up. I think that has a lot to do with causing ruts, personally. Now, we want to make sure that everything is strutted to everything correctly.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Dread, 47-month resub. Thank you. All right. I'm going to make sure that's all strutted together correctly. And here we go. Let's work on the internal structure before we add our fuel tanks. So we have 6 segments here. So we need to go up in 6 times symmetry like that. And now, another thing that I was noticing, dudes, is if the seam for the fairing is right there and we're attaching a strut right there, we don't know what fairing shape we're attaching it to. It's entirely possible because of float that 2 struts could have been attached to one of these, and 1 strut could have been attached to another. You don't know exactly for sure. Now we know. In fact, another thing that we could do, actually, you know what? We'll just keep it like that. Now we know for sure, because the panels are offset, that this is what we want. Perfect. And knowing is half the battle. All right. So now, another thing that I didn't do is locate the engine plate in here. So I'm going to do the same thing with the engine plate and its head struts from that. I want those right there. Now the engine plate is located, so we know that thing won't move. Okay, so now that's everything. That's the inner stage attached to the fairing shape. And the tank mount, this engine plate is being used to mount my fuel tanks. That's also attached to that. That's a strut that we missed before. Now what we need to do is work on our intermediate struts here. So intermediate struts are what hold this thing together. Now this piece is grandparent strutted. Grandparent strutting that piece will strut it up to the inner stage somewhere. If we grandparent strut the engine plate, it's going to strut to the inner stage because it's going to bypass the direct thing that it is attached to. Okay. So there's an auto strut that goes from there to there, but that's just one auto strut going up the center. I don't want that. That's not strong enough. So let's do this. The first thing that I'm going to do. I don't want interstage nodes on that. Okay. This thing is directly attached to that fairing plate, so I'm going to put a set of reinforcement struts in here. Okay. From engine plate. Why not strut the engine plate to the inner stage? I'm working on it. I'll show you. We're going to do some trickery here. All right. So now I want the engine plate strutted to the inner stage, right? Like what you were saying. Okay. Now, let's do one more thing. Over here, on the sides, I want cubic octets. These are physicsless parts. Now, you can only run a strut over a certain distance in this game. But physicsless parts are great because they don't weeble wobble around. They actually, there are certain parts in Kerbal that are too small, that the developers just deemed too small for the computer or the game to simulate physics. They're called physicsless parts. Now that's not to mean that they won't fly around and act like regular physical parts. The game's just not devoting CPU power to simulate a piece that's this tiny. So what these physicsless parts do and how they're coded is whatever you attach it to, it imparts its mass onto that. So this is 1 kilogram. And it added 1 kilogram to that fairing's mass, and the fairing will aerodynamically and physically work as such, right? Physicsless parts. But the part itself doesn't have any physics. They're not susceptible to aerodynamics, but they are still susceptible to collisions. The reason why I like using physicsless parts here in this particular scenario is because the physicsless part, because it's not physically simulated, is like welding a part together. If I take these things and I move them, if I take the struts and I move them here, that is one piece of that dang fairing. It ain't going anywhere. That makes sense, dudes? So what I'm going to do is, because now these are attached to the fairing, these struts are going to look like they're also picking up on my engine plate section, but they're actually not. They're connected. They're connected to the fairing. So that gets me to be able to run a strut the distance that I need. A little bit of physics trickery here. It's basically like making a longer strut. Now, if we really wanted to be cool, and you're cool, aren't you? Just for a little bit of extra reinforcement, we run strut, we run that like that, so that doesn't move. We might not need that center, that ring of struts, guys, to be honest. We probably don't need them because that's directly attached. Tom, 50-month resub, thank you. How's it going? It's going, Jensen, how are you? But attaching those there, and then moving them in 2 ticks, and then taking these and putting them around the rim of the plate, like that, is good. Actually, you know what? We can afford to move these out, and I want to move them out as far as I can. The wider diameter we have on these, the better. Because it spreads the load out over greater distance. Okay, there we go. That's that section figured out. That should be absurdly strong. Now we got to go back here. And if we look at this, right, if we strutted straight up here, well, because we offset this by 30 degrees, see their white stripe? There's a seam there. We don't want that. So I'm going to strut it from the side out instead of from the top out, right? Now we're achieving the same exact thing that we did with the other fairing there up front, but because this is 30 degrees offset, we can go on the sides here and do it that way. Do the same exact thing. And now that's strutting right in the center. There we go. And now, once again, I'm offsetting fairing seams, dudes. I don't know if this is going to work. I kind of have a theory that it might, but I don't know for sure. But see how the seam right there, that stripe is not lined up with the seams for the other fairing. I have this theory that if you line up seams with seams over different fairings, that the game really doesn't like that. I can't prove it. I'm going to try to prove it with testing here, right? But I think that that's what's going on. Okay, so now we have the aft tank here. And what I want to do with the aft tank is exactly what we did before. 6 times strut from there to the aft skirt, right? That was the first thing that we did. And now on this side of the aft skirt piece, we go from there to tank section 1, right? So again, spread these out as wide as possible. A wider diameter on these struts is going to give us a lot more stability. Wasn't this where you had struts triangulated? So now we're going to have to do the same thing back here because we have to deal with that offset. So we're going to do 6x struts out to the side like this. Same thing that we did up top. Perfect. Now, the last thing that we're going to do is the exact same thing that we did for the engine section. I'm going to take some cubic octags, right? We're going to move them all the way up. No, that's not the right piece. We're going to attach them back here. Make sure they're aligned, right? Like this. And then we're going to move them in front of the aft skirt. Just like what we did with the engine section before. Take that. Attach that there. and make sure everything is perfectly aligned. And that's in line with our octag offset from the top. Good. All right, you physicsless parts, because you attach them to the origin part, even if you gizmo them somewhere, they are still an extension of that part. Yes and no. Aerodynamically, yes. Mass, yes. There's no attachment joint between them because they're not physically simulated, but they're still susceptible to their own collisions. All systems. That's how. That's one of the ways we were able to essentially eliminate part drift in this game, by attaching certain things on physicsless parts. Now, could I do that with these? That's really, it's a lot to let, 70 meganewtons of force ride on 1 cubic octagonal strut,
Yeah, Blue Flare, I know what you mean. Okay, now comes the fuel tanks. That's the position for those. Test the structural integrity before the tanks. Why? Why are you building this in the spaceplane hangar? Better camera controls, dude. Hi, Flykin. Did I have a good vacation? Yeah, it was alright. Yeah, the camera controls in here, Grizz, are way better, dude. I can, zoom in and look at different components, right? You can't do that in the VAB. In fact, I hate the VAB controls. I really don't design anything in there, ever. I only go into the VAB when I absolutely have to. Just an idea. If the integrity is bad without them, it'll be bad with them. We've already talked this about already. I'll go back and watch the VOD. How would Discovery be moved to Texas? Hopes and dreams. Us, I'll be 100% honest with you. I really like to punch the person that put that piece of legislation in Minecraft. Like, really hard. That's not... What a waste. Just... I'm not... Yeah, no, I don't want to talk about it. I talked about it at the very beginning of this VOD, dude. And I misclicked now.
moving a shuttle is us. The long story short is that moving a shuttle here is very telling about where NASA's priorities are at as a where their priorities are at as a space agency. They're more concerned with, you know, moving a monument, arguably a monument of failure, to certain places rather than pushing the frontier. It's very telling. It's very telling. And I know people are going to say, well, EJ, that's Congress, not NASA. Well, guess what? Guess who's... Congress is a major stakeholder for NASA. So that, yeah. It's dumb. That's a waste of time. Now, simultaneously, I do understand that, you know, I understand that it's kind of a huge travesty that Houston didn't get a shuttle from the shuttle program. But honestly, the thing is probably should have made more shuttles if you wanted more museums for them. Okay? But you didn't get a shuttle. Move the frick on. Move on. Seriously, this is ridiculous. Like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You're allotting $83 million to it's just, I love shuttles just as much as the next guy, but that's a waste of money. That does not advance the space program at all, in any way, shape, or form. That is stupid. The time to do that was 15 years ago. Give me 1 second, guys. It's getting too hot in here. Either that or I'm getting too hot-headed. I'm gonna get my fan. I'll be right back. Anyway, yeah, so I talked about it in more detail at the beginning of the stream. It's the first thing we talked about, basically. I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's stupid. I don't think any shuttle should be moved anywhere. I think you need to get over it and build another one. Get over it. Build something else. Get over it. Go out with somebody else. All right. You wanted a tank test, fellas, so this is just for testing the tank walls. I don't know how we're going to do this, but What was I doing? See, here's the thing. I don't know how we're going to test this. How you... Oh, that's right. No, I know how we could test this. That's a good idea. Yeah. Get rid of the motors. Get rid of those. And I remember how we did this at the beginning. Let me reset that. Get rid of the control node. Put that on there. Put the batteries on there, right? That's good enough. That's how we tested this thing. Put that up there like that. Yeah, all right. And then we just hacked gravity and put a ton of force on this thing. I remember. It's 5 p.m. It's not. It's 6 p.m. Have you heard about KSP2 redo? Not interested. But yeah, I don't know. I've heard about it. Yeah, see the pinned message, dude. We good. We did a lot of talking at the beginning of the stream, mostly because of you, Graham. Because of the question that you asked. So I kind of did a little bit of a space news already. I just want to play Kerbal. Let me kind of get back into the groove, dude. Oh, that fan blowing on me is mint. All right, let's take a look around and see anything funky happening up in here. Three Gs, 4 Gs on the tank structure, 5 Gs. Just pin it right to the top. Okay, reset, pin it to the top fast. Reset, pin it to the top. Reset, pin it to the top. So what I'm doing is I'm changing the gravity in Kerbal from the debug menu. I'm changing it to 6 times or 10 times the gravity. So this is 90.8 meters a second per second. It's like the gravitational pull of the sun, and I'm basically compressing my tank structure and seeing if it breaks. It's definitely struggling a little bit, but she's not breaking. We're good. Didn't the original break under these conditions? I think so, MK, yeah. Set gravity to neutron star. I mean, 10 times the gravity. What celestial body around us has 90.8 meters a second per second, dude? We're definitely up there. Okay, tank wall structure has passed shock load tests. Yo, mama. Oh! My mom's not a celestial body, dude. Maybe you should listen better next time. 274 for the sun. Okay, so we're not at solar levels, but we're close. Okay, so we know that works. We know that tank wall structure is extremely strong. And it seems like everything was kind of working together very nicely there. So our next test, the next one, let's install the fuel tanks and put all the struts in place, and then we'll see if it does the same thing. Go with Shines anyway. Shines? All right, we're back in our main file here, the main editing file. We need those bad boys. I don't want them clipping. There. That's the top of where those need to go. And then zip them one back so I don't get confused as to what those struts are attached to. Now, get me this tank right there. And I always clip my tanks just a little bit because it makes it easier to run a strut. Always clip them by one. And now we had these at the very back. Same thing. Flip them over. Okay, grandparent strut that. Grandparent strut that. Auto strut locked for grandparent. Alright, perfect. Alright. So, let's start with these tanks right here. The main tank, the S4512, which is our proverbial LOX tank. Our proverbial LOX tank to our proverbial liquid fuel tank, right? We could set tank drain priority on all these to be around the same, which actually will get it to drain correctly, which is pretty cool. Alright. So the first thing that I'll do is work on tank strut to strut. So these tanks are pretty big and we do not want them to move. So what I'm going to do, go through and we're going to, before in the R3 revision 3 design, I only had tanks strutted together like this once, but I noticed that the tanks were wonking out a little bit, right? So I'm going to put a strut at the top of this, right? And then back here, what we're going to do is we're going to do a crisscross. Like that. Do a crisscross strut. And this is what I mean about running the struts. If you take the time to run your struts and make them look right, you'll know that that strut is supposed to be there. It's a little bit of a tedious process, but it makes it easier to troubleshoot if something goes wrong. There we go. We got our cross struts. Now, what I'm going to do at the very front of these exact same cross struts is I'm going to put another strut that ties the tanks together. Like that, on the front and the back of these struts. Got them. Right? Sewing parts together. Pretty much, Wolfram. Yeah, that's pretty much it, dude. Now, this one is a fairing strut, so don't worry about that. That's connecting fairing shells together. That's one of those struts that we already placed. Don't touch it. It looks like it's floating in 3D space, guys, because we can the fairings are transparent. I'm just doing that so we can see these struts better. Got them. Now, what do you do at the top? Let's go up here like this and do that. Let's crisscross these struts to the inner stage. Just lining everything. Once again, I line everything like this because I know what struts I've tampered with and what the game has tried to tamper with. That one should be rotated upside down. Okay, so we have a crisscross going to the inner stage. Before I had a singular strut. And I probably will reintegrate, we'll probably redo that singular strut again. Just because. Actually, no, I do not want to do that because there's a seam right there. Those attach between the seams. Yeah, I'm going to keep those. Those are good. That gives me 2 struts per tank, and it's triangulated too on top of that, which is good. Also, that one's just a smidge too high. There we go. Cool. Thing's going to look like Frankenstein's creation here when we're done. Knowing you use some real-life experience to design there, what would be a real-life analog to these structural segments? Stringers. Engineer? Stringers. Yeah, stringers would be the real thing to do here. Dude, honestly, with an 18-meter diameter tank, you're going to run, in real life, you're going to run into all kinds of funky problems with load. Because think about it, dude. A fuel tank is like this bottle of water, right? I'll use an empty one for the example. I'm not going to use the one I have water in. So, okay, actually, a fuel tank is pressurized, all right? The thing is, dude, is that if obviously you have a lot of liquid in there and you're using pressure, here, let me blow this tank up, right? You have a lot of pressure. Now, you're subject to compression load, which is this, right? And see how it's kind of bending around a little bit right there? But you're also really subject, with something this big, you're subject to torsion. This. Because if you're pushing up and you compress it fully, it'll start entering torsion. It'll start going into torsion. Meaning the top will twist. You really have to make sure that the thing is strong enough to stay upright, withstand compression load, not deform. And not deform, because once it starts deforming, it's going to start twisting. Like that. See what I mean? If you push on these things, and you keep pushing, it's eventually going to start twisting. See? It's going to be hard to see it, but this thing is twisted, right? So, stringers. Internal stringers are the way to take care of that. The thing is that stringers with an 18-meter tank are going to be insane. That's going to be ridiculous. You're going to have an extremely thick tank wall. I'd say, okay, this is a huge conservative guess. This is a huge conservative guess. You'd have to do the analysis out. But an 18-meter tank, if you were going to make it out of like aluminum, right? Say you're using 7,000 aluminum lithium, which is kind of, not 7,000. Say you're using an aluminum lithium alloy, which is what most rockets are made out of nowadays, Starship notwithstanding, right? So Vulcan is made this way, Falcon is made this way, Atlas was made this way. A bunch of rockets are aluminum lithium. So Falcon 9's tank wall thickness is like, I don't know, it's something really small, but it's a milled aluminum isogrid that's been stir welded, or orthogrid that's been stir welded. So basically they start off with a huge thick block of aluminum, and they basically mill a checkerboard into it, and that is your internal structure. Like that, see, and you end up with a pretty thin wall on the end. The wall thickness is really thin. But you started with a big block, and then they take that grid, right, and they put it through a metal brake, and that bends it into the barrel segments, and then they put 4 of those together on a jig and weld them, right? So the thing that I'd be really wondering about, and maybe someone can do the analysis for me. So see those stringers, right? Those stringers are pretty thick. This is for like Vulcan. That's a Vulcan orthogrid, meaning it's like that's like 5 meters. How thick does your tank wall need to be and your stringers need to be with an 18-meter core? Because that is what your stringer is right there. This orthogrid is your stringer. You would need some really thick stringers to make this work. Like, real thick. Yeah, see, a lot of stuff is made like that, dude. So, actually, this is a super guppy. That's an airplane. Airplanes use stringers, but the stringers are riveted together. They're not milled like a rocket. See that? You would need something like this inside of there. I'm not sure if an orthogrid would do it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, that's what the inside of an airplane fuselage looks like. But airplanes use stringers and what's called frames. See each one of these frames? Yeah, you would need, so an engineer, you would need some hardcore stringer action in there. Hey, that's Tori Bruno. Nice. So that right there is an ISO grid. Atlas V has triangles. Vulcan has rectangles. Semi-monocoque construction. Dude, it would need to be so strong. Like, how the heck? Like, think about it, dude. You're pushing 50 million pounds of thrust through the bottom of that thing. It's... Dude, your tank wall is going to have to be like an inch thick with another, like 2-inch thick stringer on top of it, dude. And see, now, interestingly enough, now we enter the territory of how the heck are you going to make barrel segments that are an inch thick aluminum with like a 2-inch thick stringer on it, right? That would make more sense to make that out of steel. Enter Robert Truax. That was his solution to that problem. To that exact problem, believe it or not. Are there any rockets that have hexagons? I don't think so. Slimbo, 58-month resub. See what I mean? At that point, making something that thick out of aluminum, I don't know, man. That would have been a hell of a thing to make. Because there's no tooling. There's no tooling around to build something like this in an 18-meter core. You could, I mean, you could make the tooling, but yeah, building something like that is just absolutely absurd. Okay, now let's work on the stitch on the very back here. Okay. Nope, wrong direction. But yeah, I don't even want to know the material science that you'd need to build an 18-meter core. I mean, actually, I kind of do. Part of me is like, yeah, that should exist. We should do that. You know? Part of me is like, no. We should do that. We should do that. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't want that? Of course you want that. I mean, the test stands to make this thing work would be absolutely insane. Or at least attempt to make this thing work. And you know what? I'm kind of here for it. And you know what the funny thing is? At that point, dude, at that point, you know, trying to build out a Gigantor freaking test stand like this, the best testing that you could do is just flying. At this point, if you're building a core this freaking big, dude. I mean, this rocket was not designed to be reused, right? So, do what Starship is doing. Just send it. Blows up, it blows up. As long as it doesn't blow up on the pad, you're good to go. Okay, all of the stitches are in place. Perfect. Save that. How would you prevent tank slosh on ascent? I mean, jam with a design this freaking big, header tanks, just like what SpaceX is doing. Yeah, header tanks. You'd need a fuel tank inside of a fuel tank. SpaceX has a pretty good way of solving that problem. Either that or run an internal baffle inside like the Saturn V. But your internal baffling is going to take up so much damn structure, dude. Like, dude, just put another fuel tank inside of it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Mutter. 118-month resub. Thanks, man. Okay, last stitch right here is going to go from the tanks, the back of the tank here. Why don't we just take our LOX tank and put it inside the fuel tank? If you were using kerosene in an outer annular, like, tank, like, yeah, you could do that. I mean, Victory, that's not the worst idea that I've ever heard, dude. I mean, the thing is, dudes, is like, yeah, there's really nothing out there for building a rocket this big. There's no tooling, there's no industrial base for it. But that doesn't mean, A, that there won't be someday. And that doesn't mean we can't think about it either. I don't know about you guys, I want to live in a world where there's 18-meter rocket cores flying into space. That was a hell of a misspeak on my part. But yeah, that too. That'd be pretty big. It'd be pretty hard to get up there. But hey, whatever. Get it? Get hard to get. Oh, turn that one around. Anyway. All right, let's finish up the stitching here. Sea Dragon gave me a thought. Has anyone tried to build a test stand just offshore? Instead of a flame trench, you could just use the ocean. Not a test stand, but a launch pad. shut off my music. What is the worst idea you ever had? The ones that didn't work. I don't know. I've had a lot of failed ideas, dude. Usually the answer that stuff is stuff you can't say out loud. Nice. Yeah, Dart wasn't a bad idea, just didn't really have the budget for that project. Alright, so now all the tank wall stitching is good. Now I'm going to go back up this thing, right? And run the other struts that we needed to run. We did a triangulated strut off of our thrust structure here. That went to the bottom of every tank. There we go. Good. Now, the other thing that we had... Oh, that was on the other side, so that's good. Alright, cool. Oh, you just give me a hard time. Yeah, a lot of people like doing that. Cool. All right, let's run our thrust structure. Okay. I'm going to run one from the inner to the outer here, just so we can make sure that this thing kind of all stays together. There we go. Now, these ones had a singular strut that went from here to there, but is that the seam on the fairing? It is. The seam on tank wall 2 is in the same spot that it was before, so here's what we'll do. I'm going to run a singular there, out there like that, and then a singular there, out there like that. That's our mark. 50. If those are grandparent strutted, that means they should already be... Yeah, okay. All right, now the outer thrust structure here. I'm going to run one from there to there. Run another one from there to there. Sneeze. It's a turbo. Turbo's working good today. Nice, good spool. The Turbo has returned. How many parts is it? We're at 362. Keep in mind, the first stage is going to be most of your parts here. There's no way my second stage is going to be this many parts. And also, I'm in my build file here, so I still have the fairing, and we have the mock-up bulkhead on the second stage, and then we have all the measuring tools and equipment here. Probably accounts for like 100 parts. I'd say we're at like 250. Probably. 250 for a first stage is pretty good, considering what this vehicle is capable of doing. I'm really taking my time here with this stuff, dudes. Nice and even. All right, so my outer ring of struts is strutted to the aft dome here. What I want, or the outer ring of engines. The next thing I need is the outer ring of engines to be strutted to the fairing shape, which gives us a straight up strut like that. That should be fine. That's what I did before, and we know that worked. The dishwasher is in test mode. All right.
Now we got to be careful. I offset this strut when I attached it on purpose because there is a seam right there. I'm telling you, my gut's telling me that the fairing seams are the reason why this thing was being a butthole. But we have implemented a lot of perceived fixes, so I'll be honest, I'm not going to be sure and tell you what exactly fixed it and what didn't, but we will see. Horn is very interesting. Now, see, we're running into a little bit of an issue here. The issue is that if I run 6x symmetry off of here and run it because of the way the symmetry plays out, there should be a tank right here, but because they're in the engines are in 12x symmetry and the tanks are in 6x symmetry, that's not really how this is going to transpire here. So we got to get a little fancy with our strut work. Make it look like it's attached to a gusset right there. All right. Now, what else do we need to do? Strutting tanks to fairing wall is another thing that needs to get done. So okay. So that's my aft tank attached there. Once again, let's move these struts into the right position here. I'm telling you, man, I know this seems like, dude, really, you're gonna take the time to move every strut into position? Yeah, I am. How else are you gonna keep track of the hundreds of struts that this stupid thing has?
Yeah, I absolutely will keep track of every one. If one is like placed crooked, I know that I didn't place it or I haven't finalized where it needs to go. It's just a internal form of quality control on the EJSA. Reminds me of the C8 Nova. Well, Wither, this was supposed to come after the Nova. This was the Apollo engineers were thinking about after the Saturn V, the Saturn family of rockets, dude. Believe it or not, this is what they wanted to make after. 18. Well, mine has 19 because I wanted a center engine because I'm cool. Not 18 F1 engines in the first stage, 3 M1 engines in the second stage. This thing was gonna make the ground rumble if it ever flew. Attention to detail is what makes this work with rocket science, man. And that's just like your opinion, man. Okay. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I added a lot more struts since the last time I talked to you guys. It's 357 parts. But she is a beast. This thing is a monster. All right. Here's hoping a change has fixed things. Did you make it work? Give me 5 minutes. Let's get this save file configured. Look at this monster. All right, let's just make sure our fuel delivery is working. Yep, it's working. Switch into the VAB because that's where we were doing our testing before. like I said, this thing ended up being about 370 parts. Dudes, I would be... The first stage is going to take up the most amount of parts. I would probably budget about 500 for the entire stack. And that's just with the first version. We might be able to take parts out of its design. And then again, it has an extra 12 parts sitting up there. So yeah, I would say this vehicle's probably... The full stack's probably going to be at about 500 parts. How many times does he click save? I had a bad experience once, man. You know what, Immolated? I'm gonna click save. Like, I'm gonna click save even harder now because you said something. Now I can launch. Let's see what she does. Cheeseburger. Oh, you asked me before, what is the worst idea I've ever heard? Catching rockets with a net is pretty up there. Yeah, that's a little far-fetched. I mean, considering whatever you generally put underneath a rocket, you lose. Just one more save, bro. Please, just one more save. Just one more save, bro. Bro, just one more save. Has it blown up right after clicking launch yet? Did you have to ask that question when it's loading, James? Now you jinxed me. Now it's going to blow up. Hey, Vargon. Long time no see. Weren't you over in YouTube chat a second ago? May I ask what you were building? Oh yeah, sure. A big first stage. Okay. All right, loud noises. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Loud noises. $50, $54, $56 meganewtons, 57 and climbing. 64, 65. Rud at 66. What happened? Where's it gonna fail? We had a structural failure between the engine plate and the tanks. Oh, I forgot to... There are some struts I forgot to place. That's why I kept hitting the save button, because I knew I forgot something. I'm serious. Sometimes I compulsively hit the save button because I'm like, wait a minute, am I good to go? Am I sure I'm good? Am I sure? You sure about that? Yeah, it'll be fine. You sure about that? You sure about that? Are you sure about that? I forgot to do the reinforcement struts from the engine plates to the tanks. And look, that's where it failed. Huh. That's weird. Let's go back into the revision 4 file. Also, now we know where, because we did our qual testing with the tank and crushed it with the hack gravity, right? We know where the rud is happening. We know what's going on. It's this piece, the engine plate tank mount. Parent strut is locked. Now, just for some added triangulation, I'm gonna try to tie in the top tanks here, the top of these tanks to the inner stage to help make sure they don't move. Put some speed tape on it, baby. Right? And I'm also going to do that on the bottom here as well. There we go. Pure coincidence. It's false. It's fiction. We made it up. It's fiction. This one was invented by a writer. We made it up. We made it up. Fiction. We made it up. Wrong. It's false. Fiction. Nah, we gotcha. This one was invented by a writer. False. Fiction. We made it up. Did I stop? Alright, cool. Chow Dubs, what's up, man? Have you heard of Kitten Space Agency yet? I'm a consultant on that game, brother. Not brother. I am a consultant. Hey, Bob. Bob? Yeah, actually, Dean and Rocketworks have been super cool about making sure I'm included in helping with this, which they've reached out to me and they're like, hey, I can't say what they're asking, what they're like, hey about, but you know. See the latest updates. It's a lot. Yeah, I even started. I think I saw Dean post something about editor controls in the game the other day. Sorry, the fan's blowing around. Screaming dudes. Come on, you. There we go. He did? Yeah. Pretty sure I saw that in my travels. Okay. See what this does. Don't forget to save it. Oh, thanks.
How long have you been playing KSP for? I've been playing Kerbal since 2012. I have about 20,000 hours in it. Block. Yeah, there you go, Panta. I could write a thesis about how Kerbal's editor works, man. Make anything go anywhere, dude. I'm also a pretty good pilot in KSP. You know, I can bullseye WAP rats in my T-16. They're no bigger than 2 meters. Pretty good pilot. Do you have to see how many hours you played the game like Nordberg? I don't know what that means, Joe, but 20,000 is an approximate estimate. I played Kerbal as my main video game from September 19th, 2015 to basically February like 28th or like March 3rd of 2023. I played it 5 days a week, 40-hour minimums with very few exceptions, dude. I used to only play KSP and then some after hours games at night. Okay, here we go. $20 meganewtons and ramping. Full power, 75 meganewtons. Can we release? Oh, my brains are going into my feet. Oh, it failed. Oh, it failed. The aerodynamic load killed it. Holy balls, dude. The aerodynamic load killed it. Oh my goodness. How many peak Gs? 14.2? Oh my gosh. Yes! No! Oh well, are we stopped? Good. Have you seen the trailer for the Project Hail Mary movie? No, I have not. Dude, 90 kPa, no wrath? We got to 90,000 Pascal dynamic pressure? Yeah, okay. That's, well. Who do you think you are? I am! I did it right! What's kPa? Kilopascals. I still don't know what kPa is. So, 101 kilopascals. Kilopascals are a way of measuring pressure. It's the kind of metric way of measuring pressure. But they use bar for what it's worth. So 101 kilopascals is the equivalent to 14.7 psi, or about 1 bar. So if we were pushing 90 kilopascals, that means there was almost 1 atmosphere worth of pressure being exerted on the interstage there, which is pretty hefty. All right, next thing would be shock load testing here. Down a little bit, Victory. Down. Decimal point. 13 psi. 90 kilopascals, about 13 psi. That's a lot. That's a lot of dynamic pressure. That's because we didn't have a nose cone on it, Smug. Yeah, exactly. When you're playing at this scale, parts work like real life. And what I mean is when you're trying to build a rocket this big, it was 90 kilopascal static and 10 kPa dynamic. Oh, never mind. 90,000 pascals, dude. We did get it to separate, Smug, yeah. Now what I'm going to try to do is shock loading this thing. I want to see what happens. I don't understand what that question means, Aerodyne. All right, shock test. Ready? Where did that break? It survived the shock test, dude. It didn't survive. It didn't survive the clamps because the thing was moving up and down. It was moving up and down on the clamps, and I activated the engines when it was coming down, and we scrunched the entire vehicle. I saw it, but I want to see where it did fail. The S3, S4 adapter tank. Okay, that was down at the bottom then. Smug Druggler! Welcome to Mission Control. You are go at throttle up. So my shock load testing is working. Yeah, the death bounce for sure. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. How goes the development? It's good. I'm worried about the aerodynamics, guys, because we never really ran into any aerodynamic problems before. That tells me that I don't have a strut in a position that the game wants. I'm wondering if my X-brace strut up here is working as intended. All right. Also, the Victory family is getting Starlink. Oh, cool, man. Neato. Where? Neato burrito. Let me see it again. Only because Cox cable sucks. Oh yeah? Do you have Starlink? I don't. I have a fiber optic connection, dude. No, I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. That doesn't mean I haven't used Starlink on stream though. Phrasing. Are we still doing phrasing? Are we still doing phrasing? Nope, totally intentional. I'll time myself out. Oh, okay. All right. Shock this thing. Ready? Didn't work. Where does it break? How's your day been? Explosive. Oh, nice, Hawks. There you go. You think that the Starship static fire adapter will make them lose time in the short run, but make them gain time in the long run? I don't know. I'm not totally up to date with Starship stuff, Ator. I've been on vacation, buddy. Uh, all right, let's see if we could shock lead the pad. Madoja, yesterday I bought KSP. Do you have any tips on how to learn to play? Figure out exactly what you want to make before you try and make it, Madoja. What are you trying to do? Seriously, you want to make a rocket land on the moon? Fake, you know, how? How are you going to land on the moon? You're going to make something like Saturn V? How are you going to land there? What does your lander look like? Start with requirements for your vehicle. What does it need to do? Right? How do you discern those requirements? So you want to make a rocket that sends something to the moon. What are you sending to the moon? Kerbals? What's your payload? How much mass is that? Build the rocket around that. And from there you can discern throw. So if you build a rocket that can move 100 tons into low carbon orbit, you can most likely get something to the moon, right? Hey, Oth, 4-month resub.
Go and throttle up.
I don't know if it's in KSP or contributing to the failure, but there is a thrust reflection physic where it reflects back up on the rocket. Thrust reflection. No, nope. Erudite, don't make up words. Nope. Nope. The thrust reflection. No, not a thing. Get ready. 1, 2. What am I doing wrong, dude? That was the interstage that time. The interstage? Yeah, Mutter, I just don't know where the weakest link is at this point, dude. I'm just... It's a set of struts that I'm missing. Yeah, of course they're not. It was great. The design has been exactly the same every time, dude. I really don't understand where this is happening. And it's very clear that my ideas about the fairing shape didn't work. So. Sorry, I mean like the force of the thrust hitting the ground and sending shockwaves right back up the rocket. No, that's not a thing, Erudite. It's not a thing. What you're asking would be like a waterfall, having water go back up a waterfall because the water is going down really, really fast. No, it goes out to the sides. It does not reverberate up. Sound does. Sound does, and pressure inadvertently because of that, but not thrust. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what we're chasing here. I thought that would have fixed everything, but it's very clear that I might be missing a strut from one version to the other. Well, pressure does exert a force, so that'd be a concern in real life. I doubt Kerbal models that, though. Most rockets don't take off from a flat bit of ground, though, and there's usually nothing underneath them but a deflector. Operative word, deflector. Probably should have mentioned that the first time. But I think I thought what Erudite was asking was, like, if you took off a rocket, like, on a flat surface, you might get some, but not a lot. Most likely the reverberations would... That pressure rebound would induce vibration and not thrust. Thrust doesn't bounce back up. You know what I mean? What is this beast you've created? Saturn Super Heavy? It's actually posts... We found an NTRS paper, Mason, for a rocket that is... the rocket that was supposed to come after... it's the rocket that was supposed to come after the Nova rocket. Here. Take a gander at this. Sorry about that earlier. Sorry about what? No, you asked the question. Don't worry about it. I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong with this, and it's hard for my brain to give you an explanation and fix this at the same time. So I'm building the first stage for that. Wouldn't that just be ground effect? No, no. Ground effect happens from compression. The thing was, your first attempt was more stable on the ground than this one was. Why? I don't know. Yeah. It's a monster username. Yeah, almost 500 tons. 18-meter fairing. It's big. It's a big vehicle. Have you seen the new Chinese Ukrainoplane on a different note? I saw something about it, dude, but not enough to make any informed opinion about it. KSP does not have ground effect model, guys. Did we reset the gravity? God, I hope I did, GUI. That would suck if I didn't. That would invalidate a lot of testing, man. Maybe it's because the fairings have the segments.
Is that attached? Hang on. What the? All right. That's enough. I'm good. I'm going to do one more thing. If that doesn't fix it, then we're done. Then we're done. Look at this little fella. Oh, look, another thing that's not what I'm working on. What's up? Nice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh! The game's starting to lag. Yeah, I'm starting to misclick everywhere. That's it. I think it has to do with strutting to the top, to the fairing, guys. There's like, I might need to remake these fairings, dude. The way I made them is not right. We might need to rethink the fairings. Hey, Beerkin. I love the stream. Yeah. Sorry, I'm starting to get a little frustrated with this. So here, take a look. I'll show you exactly what we'll fix tomorrow. Hey, Matt.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
124-month resub. Mason with an 86. So look, see this little ring right here? I think that might be the
Discovery,
root of
go
all
at
of our
throttle up.
problems. This little guy. I'm thinking if we have a set of strut. Maybe have a set of struts that runs to this ring, and then have a set of struts that runs to that little baby ring right there. And then I think we might be in business. I think we might actually make that work. Because look, up here, I always would have run those struts to the top ring. We don't run the struts to the top ring there. That top ring is going to move around, right? Hey, Ethereal, you don't feel good? Yeah. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. That's no fun. I mean, it might be better to just make this thing one gigantic fairing shape. I don't know how the heck we're gonna do that though. Maybe strutting to that plate is gonna fix it. Maybe. I don't know. I just don't really understand why the fairings are so upset. Like, the only other thing I can really think of is that the fairings aren't occluding correctly. They're susceptible to aerodynamics, even though they're in line, which would be a pretty big problem. Those last struts weren't in symmetry. Alright, that's enough. I'm gonna stop then. That's enough KSP. I'm making too many mistakes and starting to go fast, and clearly that can't be done. Build F-150 in Kerbal. Minor downfall, I have. I built an F-150 in KSP 13 years ago.
Go at throttle up.
What were you doing 13 years ago? Because that's when I was building trucks in KSP. I built an F-150 and I sent it to the moon. It had a frame and body and a chassis and everything. Space news today. Nah, I'm good. We'll do a space news tomorrow, dudes. Yeah, I'm not, it's good. We'll go back to our regular schedule tomorrow. All right. Yeah, it's kind of bothering me that this design isn't really working. I'm not really sure what we're doing wrong, dudes. I thought that would work, but I'm pretty sure that Kerbal's having trouble playing with those overclock. Yeah, just go back. Just go back to falling over. Yeah, screw it. Whatever. It's not like I put you over there for a reason. All right. You gonna do it now? Now that the fan is off? Oh, look at you, green screen. Stay. Stay. You were starting high school 13 years ago. Ugh. We'll play KSP again tomorrow, dudes. Yeah, kind of got to dust the cobwebs off for this whole streaming thing. But yeah, I don't know, dudes. I don't know. We're going to have to try another thing. Something tells me that design just really isn't going to do it. It's not going to cut it. I might need to redesign something, but we'll go figure that out. We'll figure out what we need to redesign tomorrow. So once again, I'm just going to do a little bit of a shorter stream to get myself warmed back up and ready to go here. But as we pick up through the week, we'll resume our regular schedule. That means like 10 hours of streaming, space news, after hours, stuff like that. Tank clipping. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. It's also getting too hot in here again. I'm sweating like crazy. Yeah, we'll figure something out, guys. But anyway, thank you for watching. It's good to be back. And I will talk to you guys all tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow at noontime. We'll do Kerbal, then we'll do space news, and then I don't know. Do something for after hours. I'll think of something. Bro, I just got here. Bro, I've been here for 7 hours. You're late. Nah, trust me, we'll go back to doing those longer streams tomorrow. Anyway, what's up, Pulse? How you doing? I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, I'm just got to slow roll this thing. You know, you don't get back to doing like 10, 12-hour streams like right off the bat, man. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.